One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet whom millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Friday. When I got into this, they told me Friday were going to be pretty easy. There wouldn't be a lot to handle. There'd be so much you could just pump the brakes and just slide into the weekend. Then President Trump got elected, and today is like a Monday. Today is like news just breaking everywhere. I mean, it's literally like going to a Chinese buffet and seeing all this stuff and realizing you can't possibly eat all this. You're going to have to pick what you want and then leave the rest for later. And so that's specifically what I've done today. I'm going to let you know up front, between what President Trump has planned and what I have planned, we're probably going to be here for the better part of 3+ hours. Just going to tell you, I've got a bunch of stuff to share with you. Some of it is lengthy, but I think it's something you need to consume. I've got 2 interviews. I have one interview with the director of ICE, which is right on time with everything that's going on. I have an interview with a reporter from Chicago. And then at 4 o'clock, President Trump is going to do his announcement. In addition to that, we know he's signing executive orders and all kinds of stuff is breaking loose. Let me go ahead and just take some of the easy news at first. I could probably make an entire show. It would be so easy on me. I could probably take an entire show just going over stuff that's posted on X and Truth Social, because there's so much, and probably a lot that you guys haven't even seen. But let me just take a couple that SV and Ashley have put out here for me, because there's just so much. All right, so first, Trump today will be issuing his 200th executive order, setting unprecedented pace in modern history. Checking the calendar here, it's September 5th. So right at about 8 months, not quite, but almost at 8 months, he's already done 200 executive orders. The only problem I have with executive orders, and there's only one, is that should a Democrat win in 2028, they're going to erase everything. They are going to take a giant, whiteout to everything he's done, like it never even happened. Poof, gone. Which is why it's so important to codify, meaning the Congress and the Senate have to vote on this stuff and get it passed by any means necessary. But as you've seen in these first 8 months, it is very, very hard because people are fighting him every step of the way on things that shouldn't be fightable. That things should be, hey, listen, this is going to work. We voted for this. Get out the way. But nope, even the Republicans in some part are stopping things and mucking up the waters, which is just inexcusable. I've made up a term. I call it the MAGA Confederacy. And there's a whole lot of stuff that's been going on lately. A whole lot of stuff. Everything from, I don't know if you've seen it, the people alleging certain people are getting paid to push out propaganda. I don't get into that. I don't want to talk to people. I don't want to be involved in people who are dealing or having to deal with that. And I'm not going to point fingers at anybody because that's just not what I'm going to do. If people are taking money to push out propaganda, then they should be dealt with accordingly, especially if it's anti-MAGA. And I know I get flack from people sometimes because I post some things. And I posted this earlier. I want to address it right off the bat here. The MAGA Confederacy are people who think they know better. The MAGA Confederacy are people who question moves because it's not what they want. And they impose themselves as if they speak for all of us. The MAGA Confederacy tries to tell you that this isn't happening correctly, and it's not happening correctly, and you should be pissed off. And so I had to post this and say they're at it again. Do people realize that this stuff is detrimental to what President Trump is doing? And what I mean by that, let me explain. Because I also I get these kind of comments as well, which are nonsensical. I get this comment that says, we are not the Borg. We are going to have people with different opinions. Sometimes that will be messy. If you want to see what the Borg looks like, look no further than the Democrat Party. I guess that's supposed to be some sort of, hey, we're not like them. When winning is what we should be all about. Winning should be about everybody. WW, where we go one, we go all. Winning, even if you don't like it sometimes, you have to run the play that the coach calls from the sidelines. I've made this analogy many, many times, stood in many, many huddles, and I've sat in the huddles, and I've heard the call, the quarterback. I'm like, what the hell? That ain't going to work. This guy's been kicking our butt all afternoon. Shut up and run the play. And if you've ever been in a huddle, those kind of conversations actually happen in that 30, 40 seconds that these guys are all sitting there bundled over. Shut up, run the play. This is what he wants. This is what I want. I'm the boss. I am the boss of you 10 other guys. And even though you may have another opinion, you don't voice it outside of the huddle. Being black, we always were told, don't talk outside the family. Big mafia thing. Don't talk outside the family. Never let other people hear what you have to say. But for some reason, the MAGA Confederacy wants everybody to know we're unhappy. We don't like what's going on. We're going to tell the world. Which is completely detrimental to what the president is trying to do. And how do I know this? Because you haven't been in his room with his other people. You don't even know which levers are being pulled at which time. It's literally like sitting there and watching a football game and going, why the hell did he run that play? That doesn't make any sense. That play, 3rd and 1, you just run up the middle. Why? Well, maybe the quarterback had an issue with his arm, maybe the fullback, maybe this, maybe that. Maybe he wanted to wait until to see on film from upstairs. How did this one player, how did that one player react? I want to see what his steps are, because when I do this, I'm going to see, does he come in, does he go back? And then I'm going to know on that chart. You've all seen coaches, if you watch football, you've all seen them walk around with these colored charts, and they're talking in the little microphones right here. And then they bring it up and they talk like this so that nobody can see what they're saying. And then and so on that colored chart, there's a very specific number of plays that a coach is going to call based upon a situation. And there are all kinds of situations. That guy's in, and it's 3rd and 1. One of these plays should work. This guy's in, and it's raining, or we're facing the sun, so we're going to play one of these 4 plays. It's 3rd and 5, and historically, we know this happens. There's a reason why football players look at film constantly. We want to see patterns. We want to see trends. We want to see what people are doing, so that when I put my game plan together, I know the best possible play to call at this particular time is this one. Unless you've been in that room and you know what President Trump's play he's going to call, then you're just a spectator bitching. And that is counterproductive at this point. You have people who have podcasts and everything going, oh, he shouldn't do that. Well, who the hell are you? If I told you President Trump shouldn't do this or do that, you'd be like, well, Barry, what do you know? I don't. I don't. I'm just trying to tell you the news and give you my opinion of the news, which this person said. You got to have an opinion. We all have opinions. Every single one of us has an opinion, but sometimes those opinions don't need to be said. Sometimes those opinions don't need to be broadcast. I tell you, I got a lot of opinions on a lot of people, and I'm sure there's a lot of people who have opinions on me. But sometimes those opinions do not need to be vocalized. Watch the play, sit back. Even some players and coaches on the sidelines like, I can't believe he did that. But you don't go to the press. At the end of the game, win or lose, when they're sticking the microphones in the coaches' faces and they're sticking the microphones in the players' faces, they all have an opinion on what the coach did and the other players did, but they don't come out and say, you know what? He sucked today. He absolutely sucked. And I cannot believe the coach let him stay on the field because he sucked so bad. Because once you do that, you're going to find you're not part of that team anymore. And what I find interesting is the person I just showed you the two, he's no longer part of that team anymore. Perhaps he vocalized some opinions that people didn't want him vocalizing. And so this isn't a football game. This is life and death. This is our country. And I'm not saying we need to be like the Democrats and be complete idiots and sycophants. We all can have our opinion, but perhaps vocalizing displeasure isn't the way to go publicly. You're at a dinner party. Man, I can't believe Trump did that. Can you believe he sat next to Mark Zuckerberg? What the hell was he thinking? I don't know, man. I don't know why he sat with Zuckerberg. I don't even know why he sat with the guy from Google. We're on YouTube. I had one of my videos ding last night. I can't believe. But when in the public, you're wrong. You're going to lose because you're not doing what we want you to do is not the way to handle it. And I will never do that because I don't have the game plan. Nobody handed Barry the playbook and said, hey, this is what we're going to be doing for the next 4 years. Let me know what you think about it. We had our chance. Our chance was called the campaign. And we listened and we watched the rallies. And he said, I'm going to do this. Then he posted what he was going to do. And he's been doing it. And the people he's got working have been doing things very well. I watched RFK Jr. get up there and slay these people. And even if you didn't, because this guy didn't think that RFK Jr. actually did that well. I thought he did fantastic. You know why? Because it's a no-win situation. It's not there to do well. You're there to take arrows. And so your success is based upon, did you come out and you're still breathing? Did you win? Well, one, they didn't lay a glove on me. They tried. But for some reason, people find it, I don't know if it's clicks or likes or whatever, that they have to criticize what they don't like. And to me, if I criticize right now, if I were to start openly criticizing President Trump, you know what that's telling the world? It doesn't say that President Trump's doing the wrong thing. It says that you're an idiot and you believe some stuff that isn't working, and now you look stupid for voting for him. And so for these people in what I call the MAGA Confederacy, if you're out there blah, 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 and you're talking all kinds of shit, you're making yourself look stupid. It means you got gamed. You got. You fell for it. And if that's the case, then just be honest. See, that's the problem I really have. If you don't like what President Trump is doing, not your opinion, if you don't think he's doing the right thing, at least have the adult capacity to say, I made a mistake, or I'm not MAGA anymore. Then everybody can understand where your point is. You can't have it both ways. You can't be a little bit pregnant. Some people always ask me, not always, but I often ask me, Barry, why do you still interact with Kyle Serapin? If you guys don't know, Kyle Serapin is a former FBI agent, and he got booted. He's been very vocal. He's been anti-Dan Bongino. He's been anti-Kash Patel, and he'll let you know. And I asked him a question last week visibly. Hey, man, what's your problem? Can you tell us what's up? You don't seem to be, one of us. And know what the man said? I still have it in one of his tweets. He said, I hate Republicans and I hate Democrats. Man's honest. Now, everything he posts, everything he puts, I understand the perspective he's coming from. This guy, he hates everybody. He doesn't like the Democrats. He doesn't like the Republicans. He doesn't feel that anybody's doing the right job. And that is a warranted opinion once you've stated where you stand. But those who don't have an opinion, but those who criticize, those who lament, those who say all kinds of negative things, but then try to come back here and go, I'm still MAGA, F you. F you. You're not MAGA. It looked good to you at the time. You're hoping that something happens that benefits you a certain way, but you're not MAGA, because if you're MAGA, you can have an opinion, you just don't say the things you're saying. I know right now SV and the mods are probably having to do all kinds of work, but I loathe posers. I've always loathed posers. And I even told you yesterday, even with the racial stuff, I have more respect for people who stand up and say, you effing enter, and then wait till I walk away and go, you see what that N dude did? I hate them N dudes. Just say it. Let me know where you stand. And that's why I still talk to guys like Kyle Serapin, because he's not my enemy. I just know exactly where he stands. Do we agree? No, but I know where he stands. This guy here, who, and people like that, I don't know where they stand. I don't know what team they're on, because no teammate of mine ever did that publicly. No teammate of mine ever went to the newspapers or the media and said, you know what, Barry didn't block. He can't block for shit. I can't stand if he's on the field right now. Nope, never happened. There might have been people at practice. There may have been people in film session. What the hell were you thinking right there? But when you left that film room, when you get on that field, it truly is the one place where it is where we go one, we go all. And if you've never been in a situation where it's where we go one, where we go all, you may not even understand, because there's only a few situations where that exists. Where we will go one, we go all is obviously in the military, first and foremost. Number two, law enforcement. Doesn't matter what you think. You're here with a job. You're here. You got my back. In sports, where we go one, where we go all. In marriage, where we go one, where we go all. In family, in God, your faith. So if you've never really, truly understood the difference between being a true where we go one, we go all, you got my back, and a closet wannabe supporter, where I don't know if today that's how I'm feeling, then that's on you. I watched the guy on July 13th, and everything before then and everything since then has said basically what I wanted to hear. Have I agreed with everything? No. But again, I don't get dismayed, and it's the reason why I can do 2 and 3, 4 and 5 hour shows, is because I'm trusting my instinct, and I'm trusting his instinct. So when you see the video today, which I'm going to show you, of last night, where he was talking to Tim Cook and Sergey from Google and Zuckerberg from Facebook and Bill Gates sitting there, and people are like, oh my God, what is he doing? I don't know. But I trust him. I have an opinion, but it doesn't matter because I don't have the playbook. I don't know what play he's running right now. And none of you have that play. So at that point, this is the head coach that we've chosen. And I'm sorry if I'm using sports analogies, because that's what I've been since the time I was wee big. And my sports analogy is, this is the coach. I may not like some of his decisions. I may hate some of his decisions, but that's my coach. And if I want to be a part of this team, I got to do what the coach tells me to do. Or in this instance, who he wants to talk to and whatever deals he wants to cut. Because otherwise, my alternative is I'm lost. And I don't want you to be lost. I want you to be amongst people who understand this is a long fight. And this fight won't be like the Democrat fight, who are trying to do all different things. We have to coalesce, and we have to understand the long game. And with that, I think President Trump, my thinking, my conceptualization of what happened last night, wasn't him buddying up to Zuckerberg, wasn't buddying up to Bill Gates, wasn't him trusting Bill Gates, wasn't him asking you to trust Bill Gates. I want you to see when we get to this video of him with these people around the table. And it's very important for you to look at, because the person I trust the most with my life, well, actually there's a couple, actually two, is Robin. And if I didn't want Robin in a certain situation because I felt she would be uncomfortable or she wouldn't be able to handle it, and she wouldn't be there. His wife was there. Melania was sitting right there. And I think what we're seeing, and he's told you, he wants AI to be America to be the leader in AI, to run the table in AI, to beat everybody in the country in AI. And in order to do that, he's got to tap certain people in big tech. These people who were sitting at the table, yeah, they're sneaky. And I know one of the things that Steve Bannon said is, given the chance, they will turn their back on him very quickly. Of course they will. They're business people. They're not there because they like Donald Trump. They're not there because they're MAGA. They're there because they are business people. And as business people, they're like, okay, this guy has got an idea. I think I can make money on it. See, I don't have to do business with people I like. I don't have to do business with people who have the same ideology as me. I don't have to do business with the same people who have the same sexuality. I don't have to do people with the same business with people who have the same religion. My business is I need it to be successful so that other people can be successful and make money as well. President Trump, going way back, again, if you don't know Trump, then you don't know what happened at that meeting. There have been times where he's had to do deals with people. It's like, man, I can't, that guy's a son of a gun. I can't stand him. I don't want, but you know what? In order for me to get where I need to bring other help. Trump's not a programmer. Trump doesn't have any way, shape, or form of creating AI. He's been told by his support group, this is where we need to get to. Noticeably absent was Elon Musk. And people are like, where was Elon? How come Elon wasn't there? Because Elon's not the leader. I'm sure President Trump and Elon are still talking, but see, Elon, in his position as not being the leader, can say, F those guys. I don't want to sit at no table with them. I hate them all. They're all full of crap. Okay, you don't need to come. You're still on the team, but you don't need to, ixnay. But me as the leader, when I know I need this, and I need this, and I need that, and there's no problem with President Trump saying, I need this, because we don't have it. It's not going to appear without cutting deals. So your feelings be damned at this point, because if America is going where it looks like it's going to go, everybody at that table needs each other. See, that's the part people miss when they look at that. Tim Cook needs Zuck. Zuck needs Sergey. Sergey needs Trump. They all need each other. There's a difference between need and like. Man, I can't stand this dude. I'm sure there was couple of those people were like, I can't stand her, him, I can't, but I need to do this deal. This is going to take my company, Apple, into the next stratosphere. Zuckerberg's going to be able to take Meta into the next stratosphere. Sergey, ABC, or Alphabet rather. I'm going to take, all these different people are doing different things under the hood to make their businesses better. And the part that they didn't have, that little lug nut that they don't have any control over, is President Trump. And President Trump, the lug nuts that he doesn't have, were sitting at that table. And so because they all need the same machinery, they all need to tweak the same thing with their wrenches, that's why they're sitting at that table. Collectively, they need each other. They all can't do it by themselves. And so when you hear people bitching about it, you have to wonder, how much do you really know? How much do you understand about this? How far have you dug into AI? Oh, I don't like AI. I don't know about that. Well, then you don't plan on being around much. You really don't. You want to succeed? You want to see America succeed? Get over it. This is the guy we hired. This is the guy in charge. And this is the guy who has the ideas on where he wants to go. If you don't like his ideas, get off the bus. You can voice any opinion you want. I don't know. You're not going to tell me I can't have an opinion. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying your opinion might be irrelevant. I'll be right back.
It's genius. It's pure genius. America is the country that started the AI race. And as President of the United States, I'm here today to declare that America is going to win it. We're going to work hard. We're going to win it.
Why do so many financial experts call silver the most undervalued asset today? Because silver is essential to the future, from solar tech and electric vehicles to the explosive growth of artificial intelligence. Demand is rising fast, and yet silver is still trading at a bargain. With billions pouring into AI, silver prices have only one place to go, and that's up. In fact, silver may be the most overlooked asset class in financial planning. The opportunity for silver is well documented. The market for silver could double or even triple by 2026. You see, I believe in hard assets like this bar of silver. You can hold it in your hand, You can put it in your IRA. You can put it in your home safe. And relative to gold, it's very affordable. That's why I urge you to call my friends at Lear Capital and get their free report, The AI Revolution, and see why silver prices could be set to soar. Call 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. But don't wait. We all know. We've seen it. The government can print lots and lots of dollars, but they can't print silver. So this show isn't about the prosperity angle that I've been talking about, but I just want you to know, if you haven't been paying attention, you're missing out a whole lot of what's going on in the precious metals market. I'm just going to show this to you, and we're going to move on, and you can do what you want with it. But this came out last night. Okay, here it is. This came out last night. El Salvador President Nayib Bukele just purchased $50 million of gold for El Salvador's strategic reserve. This comes as rumors circulate that President Trump is about to reevaluate gold. And I just want to know, just going to say it, are you paying attention? That's all I should have to say at this point. As you're seeing all this stuff happen, the only question I have to ask you at this point, are you paying attention? It's not just me. And I had Kevin Demerit on here yesterday. I'm like, I don't think people get what's going on. And this information is out there for everybody to see if you know where to look. And I understand some people go, I don't need it. Okay. Okay. Whatever. All right, so let me talk to you about kimchi. Microplastics are infiltrating every part of our lives. Scientists estimate we now consume a credit card's worth of plastic every single week through our food, our water, and even the air we breathe. One study found plastic particles in 100% of human lung samples. Nobody is safe from exposure. And it gets worse. These plastics don't just sit in your body. They cross the gut lining, leaching into your blood and disrupt everything. They've been shown to alter gut bacteria, suppress your immune response, and increase your risk for neurodegenerative disease, metabolic disorders, and cancer. And it was so funny yesterday. As I'm moving stuff around to get stuff in the studio, I ran out of iced tea. Didn't have any iced tea. I've got my red Solo cup here today because I'm just drinking water. And there was when the kids were down here and visiting, we got them some sports drinks, and I found a sports drink. And it was no sugar, of course. And I brought it in, and it's in a plastic bottle. And I remember Robin telling me, don't drink out of any plastic bottle that's been heated. And you know, they stack water on pallets and stuff at trucks. Well, the fact that that water is in a plastic bottle that is heated, it was sitting in the garage, you don't know what's decomposed into your water. And I looked at it after she told me, and I've been talking to Kim Bright, and I'm like, I can't drink this, can I? She's like, no, you can't drink it. In fact, you can't even buy it anymore. I'm like, I'm so sorry. And the reason is something called these plastic toxins called BPA and phthalates mimic hormones. They interfere with your fertility, and they can damage your DNA. Even if you eat clean or avoid packaged foods, you're still being exposed. You can't opt out, but your gut can help you fight back. All right, so I want to show you, when you're talking about BPA, this is what like the BPA stuff is. And Kimchi One from Brightcore Nutrition is a potent ally in this toxic world. And so that's the kind of stuff that gets into your food. But Kimchi One is packed with over 900 probiotic strains unique to kimchi and proven to break down that BPA, helping you detox from the inside out. It doesn't just support digestion, it helps protect your cells, your brain, your hormones, and your future. Your body was never designed to handle plastic, but your gut was designed to protect you. You just have to give it the right tools. And so I'd like you, if you're interested, you can get 25% off the code with using code BARRY by clicking that link. Or for an even better deal, call my friends and Kim at Brightcore for up to 50% off your order and free shipping. Give them a call now at 888 418-6738. Or just, take the QR code. Either way, don't stop using plastics, especially at our ages. Stop. I mean, literally stop. I stopped in my tracks and I went, yeah, this has been sitting in the garage. This thing's probably been in 120-degree temperatures in plastic, and the juice and stuff inside, all that stuff is decomposing. And then, I just drink it. And it caught me. I just realized what she said. So do that. A couple more things before I jump into something here. I showed you that. Let me show you this one. This is the same thing about the order. Okay, so President Trump is reportedly considering blocking American tech companies from outsourcing their work to Indian companies. India, not India over there. Invest in the country first, hire American companies and American workers. So Trump is considering proposal to block U.S. IT companies from outsourcing their work to Indian companies. I don't have a problem with that. So now I just got this. It seems like, okay, it's been signed. I haven't seen any video yet. Maybe this is part of what he's going to announce at 4 o'clock. The executive orders, they get signed, but then they don't show it to us, so we don't really see it. But it looks like it's finally been signed. Trump brings back the Department of War. Forget defense. Trump just signed an executive order to officially slap Department of War back onto the Pentagon's title. He's reviving a name the U.S. military proudly carried from 1789 until 1949. Pete Hegseth says about bracing a warrior ethos and honoring the spirit that led America through World War I and World War II victories. Supporters see it as a bold return to unapologetic strength. Why should we apologize for being strong? But critics warn this is more than symbolism, it's a signal to the world. Since 1949, America has used defense to project caution and diplomacy during the Cold War. Now Trump is flipping the script, ditching the language of defense and leading straight into offense. Of course, in the end, this is all semantics, but chasing a headline with a rebranding like this sends a message to allies and foes alike. That's exactly what we want to do. We want to send a message to foes and let them know F-A and you will F-O. We have too often sat back and been the recipients. Oh, here's some big breaking news. And I have even more than this when we get into my stuff. It just keeps coming. This is Friday. Look at this. The FBI has, thanks SB, the FBI has now located or identified 770 missing children and made 6,300 arrests as a part of Operation Summer Heat. The FBI is laser focused on recovering the children who went missing under Joe Biden's watch. Pray for these kids. I didn't know if you saw Senator Wyden yesterday. This is so bad that the Democrats are denying these kids who they're finding are missing. Did you see this kid? Yeah. This kid was missing. How can you sit there on a panel and lie to the American public and say, oh, there's no missing kids? We didn't know. That's been debunked. How do you debunk an actual survivor? Here's Johnny. Here's Johnny right here. SB, I don't know if okay, that's the one he just sent me. How do you do that? Unbelievable. All right, so I've got this for you to watch, and I'll break in accordingly because I've got the interview at 3 o'clock. But before I do that, let me take some comments here before we do that. OMG, saving the children. Absolutely. She's doing nothing. Cash, what's they said? Bash Congino, whatever you want to call it. People keep saying they're not doing anything. They may not be doing what you want, but they're obviously doing something. Obviously at this point. God knows the children are missing. Exactly. He asked his church to pray for their discovery. Exactly. Large scale, what this one? I never had a wife or a child, but God, the fires of hell be upon them. Yeah, here's my message to foes. That's called the double barrel middle finger. It only comes out for special occasions. Exactly. let me see here. Large-scale drug ring dismantled in Philadelphia. The criminal enterprise is being shut down. It's about time for Philadelphia. It's about time for the entire country. This one here. For those asking why Trump is changing the name of the Department of Defense to Department of War, because in the past, the deep state used the military to push their agenda under the guise of defense. Good point. Good points. Maximus, how you doing, brother? Hope you're staying safe. I will always rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Good point. All right, with that being said, so I don't want to fall behind because I've got a 3 o'clock interview. It means I'm going to have to stop here. And you know what? Before I do that, let me go ahead. No, I don't have time. So let's look at some news that happened today. Again, the theme of today's show is law enforcement, war instead of defense, being on the go, on the initiative, on the offense is what we should have been doing for quite some time. And so we're going to start off with Jeanine Pirro, U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, not Judge Jeanine, in terms of a huge arrest that she made.
Many young people are pursuing his passion for public service. Okay. Okay, come on in. Closer. Come on. Come on, Phil. We got room over here. Phil, come over here. We have U.S. Marshals from Guam here. Just say hello. We're happy to have them here. And first of all, thank you all for being here. You have behind me a group of people who I think recognize today as the kind of day that reminds us why we do what we do. So, welcome to the United States Attorney's Office. I'm United States Attorney Jeanine Pirro. Every day in America, we lose innocent victims to violent criminals who seek to impose their violence on others. There is no timing, there is no warning. It's like a thunderbolt out of the sky. And suddenly, they are gone from us. And their families and friends and their community are left to suffer and wonder why. This is not only illegal, it is immoral, it is unacceptable, and we're not going to tolerate it. And that's why we're here today. Today, I stand here to address specifically the tragic event that has shaken D.C., the senseless, fatal shooting of a 21-year-old intern by the name of Eric Tarpinian Jackham, who was fatally shot in Northwest D.C. far too soon on June 30th of 2025. He was shot and killed at 10:28 at night. He was hit 4 times. The scene involved 2 rifles, 1 9mm, and 79 rounds on the ground. Eric was a rising senior at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. He was in the nation's capital, as many young people are, pursuing his passion for public service. He was interning for Representative Ron Estes, and he was an innocent bystander who was caught in a violent act that was not meant for him. He leaves behind his mother, Tamara, his father, Robert, his sister, Angela, and his brother, Jeremy. And his death is a stark reminder of how fragile life is and how violence too often visits us in the nation's capital. And this is why the president has vowed to make D.C. safe and beautiful. This is why the nation's the president is bringing together federal and local agencies to bring the force of the government against those who seek to destroy not only our quality of life, but our lives. and here to announce my thanks today to the Metropolitan Police Department. There are some real stars behind me who too often do not get the credit that they deserve. Right now, 2 individuals have been arrested, and this is a critical step toward justice. But our work is not done as we continue to seek a 3rd suspect in this case. Charges have been filed against 2 individuals, a 17-year-old juvenile by the name of Jalen Lucas. He is a juvenile, now charged in adult court. Another 17 years old, Kelvin Thomas Jr., another juvenile being charged in adult court, both of them charged with murder while armed under the D.C. Code 22-2101, which is murder in the 1st degree. Now, these juveniles have prior violent juvenile records in the family court. This is why, from day one, when I came here, I knew that we were missing a whole segment of criminals in D.C., in our nation's capital, because the D.C. Council thinks that these kids need to be protected. They don't need to be protected. They need to be made accountable, and we need to be protected. I am advocating and have advocated for jurisdiction over juveniles 14, 15, 16, and 17. They need to be brought into the criminal court so that we can prosecute them. Because if we do, we can prevent the murder that happened here, based upon the histories of these 2 and the 3rd individual that I cannot talk about. Eric didn't deserve to be gunned down, and the system failed him. The system that felt that juveniles needed to be coddled. And it's bad enough to be gunned down on any street, but to be gunned down in our nation's capital is an outrage. This killing underscores why we need the authority to prosecute these younger kids, because they're not kids, they're criminals. They're violent criminals. We have to hold them accountable. We have to prevent them from robbing the innocents of their lives. Now I'd like to call upon the police chief, Pamela Smith.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Judge Pirro. I'm pleased to be joined today by Mayor Muriel Bowser, the Mayor of Washington, D.C., and Judge Deneen Pirro, and the members of the Metropolitan Police Department and our federal partners in announcing 2 arrests in the homicide of 21-year-old Eric Tarpinian Jackham. I'm joined today by members of the Metropolitan Police Department, Assistant Chief Ramey Kyle of our Investigative Services Bureau, Commander Kevin Kentish, who leads the Criminal Investigation Division, and Detective Gabriel Truby of the Homicide Division. This morning, Judge Pirro and I had the opportunity to speak with Eric's mother, and our thoughts and prayers remain with the family, and we hope news of these 2 arrests, and a 3rd one pending, I'm confident we'll get the 3rd one, gives Eric's loved ones some sense of peace as they continue to grieve a tremendous loss. Eric came to our city with a bright future ahead of him, interning in a role where he served the public on Capitol Hill. He deserved an opportunity to return home safely to his family, but was senselessly taken from his loved ones. From the night of June 30th, our detectives have worked countless hours gathering evidence that ultimately identified these suspects. I want to thank Homicide Detective Truby and his colleagues at MPD's Homicide Branch for their outstanding work. I could not be more prouder to stand with Detective Truby this afternoon. This was a complex case that required high-level detective work, and that is exactly what our team delivered. This is the level of dedication these detectives pour into every homicide case in our city. I also want to thank the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI Washington Field Office for their assistance throughout the investigation, and our partners at the Capital Area Regional Task Force, which we call Cardiff, and the United States Marshal Service for their efforts locating and apprehending these suspects this morning. I hope today's arrest sends a message to individuals who choose to commit violence in our city. If you harm innocent victims in our community, we will hold you accountable. I will now turn it over to Commander Kentish, who will share brief details and facts about the case that he's able to share today.
Good afternoon. I am Commander.
Are you surprised? Are you as surprised as I am? Are these the same people? I don't know, the chain of command chief and Muriel Bowser, the mayor of Washington, D.C., who are both working hand in hand with the Trump administration to clean up Washington, D.C. After everything they said, we weren't going to do it, we don't need troops. They look quite happy. I don't know if they got something in the mail or they got a notice or in their email, but they look completely different. They are showing a strong stand right behind Judge Jeanine Pirro and the Trump administration. This is pretty good. Love it.
Kevin Kentish with the commander of the Criminal Investigations Division. This morning, 17-year-old Kelvin Thomas Jr. of Southeast D.C. and 17-year-old Jalen Lucas of Northwest D.C. were placed under arrest by members of the Capital Area Regional Fugitive Task Force and United States Marshals. They were arrested pursuant to a D.C. Superior Court arrest warrant, and they were both charged with first-degree murder while armed, premeditated. Both are being charged as adults in this case under our Title 16. The investigation revealed that around 10:30 p.m. on the night of June 30th, our suspects got out of a vehicle at the intersection of 7th and M Street Northwest. They opened fire in the direction of two individuals that were riding a bike southbound in the 1200 block of 7th Street Northwest. One of those individuals, a 16-year-old male, was injured as a result of the shooting. He ultimately survived. 20-year-old Eric Tarpinium Jackum and an adult female were also struck by gunfire. Neither were the shooter's intended target based on our investigation. Mr. Tarpinium Jackum was subsequently transported to a local area hospital where he was pronounced deceased. After the shooting, we know that our suspects re-entered a vehicle and fled the scene. Detectives determined that the vehicle had been stolen in Maryland days prior to the homicide. Shortly after the homicide, the vehicle was also recovered unoccupied in Maryland. Over the course of the investigation, detectives spent hundreds of man and woman hours analyzing surveillance video footage around the shooting, in addition to multiple other surveillance video footage in the area. That video footage, along with the assistance of community members and analysis of evidence recovered throughout the investigation, ultimately led to the identification of 3 suspects. Once those 3 suspects were identified, we applied for search warrants that were granted that day. Following the identification of our suspects, we then sent our warrants over to Cardiff. During that process, Cardiff and the United States Marshals were able to identify our suspects and locate them this morning. At this time, detectives believe that the shooting was the result of ongoing neighborhood crew dispute. We are still investigating this case, and ultimately, if you have any additional information, please call 727-9099. And if you have any information that you wish to remain anonymous, please text us at 50411. I will now turn it back over to Judge Pirro for any other comments. Thank you.
Mayor Bowser.
Thank you, Judge. I want to echo what we've heard today about ensuring that there is justice for Eric. Any level of gun violence in our city is unacceptable, and certainly someone just walking up the street in the evening on one of our DC streets should be safe in doing so. I wanted to be here with the Chief of Police, with our outstanding detectives and investigators and our federal partners, to thank them for the many, many hours of work, hard work, putting the pieces together to ensure that there is justice served here. I couldn't be prouder of MPD. My condolences certainly go out to the family, and I want to thank Judge Pirro for her attention to this, not just through this arrest, but all the way through the prosecution.
Thank you. I didn't mention that the United States Marshal Gadi Seralta is here. Gadi, you want to say anything?
Just
Go ahead.
the only thing I can say is that the focus of the task force going forward is to catch and arrest and bring to justice the 3rd individual that we're looking for.
Thank you. Okay.
Judge, you mentioned 2 rifles, and the Justice Department has ordered you not to prosecute the crime of carrying that.
If you use a rifle in a crime, we prosecute you.
Right, but will it make you harder to...
Nope. You see, the problem with that was not recognizing that you use a rifle or a shotgun in a crime, you are going to be prosecuted. There is no there is no problem going forward with those prosecutions. I'm sorry?
What about taking them off the streets? I guess
Well, the thrust of your question is really not a part of this case. We've got shotguns, actually rifles, and a 9mm. Okay, and we had a shootout. And by the way, there isn't just this one homicide victim. There are 3 other victims. They did not die, and a 4th victim who suffered shattered glass, I believe, on her face. So there are other victims as well in this case. Yes.
Judge, and this is also for the mayor. Do you expect that the process that you're advocating for, which is to take more of these juvenile cases, is that something that you require Congress's approval, and do you have the city's or the mayor's support for that? Is my first question on this.
Okay, to answer the first, and I'll let the mayor answer the second. Number one, the D.C. Council has coddled young criminals for years. They reject mandatory minimums that the law requires. They don't force judges to follow the law. They have something called the youth rehabilitation and the incarceration reduction, as well as record sealing. Everything we do, the D.C. Council is looking to change to benefit the criminal. To specifically answer your question, we're going to need Congress to change the law. And I believe that if there's any case that calls for it, it is this case that makes it clear that these young punks who are on the street with guns, shooting at each other, killing innocent people, they need to be brought into my system and not in the family court system for rehabilitation, because they've been in that system more than once. And I don't think they've been rehabilitated. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not going to comment on any pending legislation, but I will say this. The reason why we're here talking about 17-year-olds being charged as adults is because the U.S. attorney has that authority for 17-year-olds. And I think I would agree with the judge that cold-blooded murder qualifies as a crime that should have a 17-year-old considered as an adult.
And Judge Pirro, just to follow up on the ongoing, I guess, war of words, where we might describe it between you and Judge Faruqi, I'm just wondering, one of the things, he had very sharp words yesterday saying that the office essentially had lost some credibility. In his view, what do you say to the grand juries which are returning true bills, and is there a change that needs to come from your end of things?
Absolutely not. Judge Faruqi has never really met someone with an illegal gun that he hasn't felt some compassion for, okay? And I'm not going into grand juries and telling him what to do and what not to do. That is their prerogative. We are advisors to grand juries. We tell them what the law is. We present cases that are clearly based on the evidence, okay? And you and I can go through every case, and I can show you how every element of the crime has been met, and then it's up to the grand jury to make a decision. But as far as I'm concerned, my job as a prosecutor is to bring criminals into court and to try to prove my case beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm not into going back and forth with judges. I was a judge, okay? That's not what I did as a judge. So we need to leave politics out of it. I'll do my job. He should do his job as a judge and leave his politics out of it. That's enough. Yeah. Yes?
Just for clarification, the third suspect, are they also a juvenile, and will these suspects face additional charges given their appointments?
This case will be presented to the grand jury, and there will be more charges that were added. The other individual, I'm not going to get into identifying his age. I don't want to specify who he is.
Is he a minor?
He's a teenager.
But not a minor.
What is he? Yeah, I don't want to say. Do you want me to say his age? No. Yeah, not a minor. Not a minor. Last question.
Judge Bureau, would you consider seeking the death penalty in this case? And for Mayor Bowser, Attorney Bureau has said that she would consider seeking the death penalty in certain cases, such as the capital punishment jail shooting? Is that something that you would offer?
Number one, under the D.C. Code, which is what they're being prosecuted under, 22, I think it's 2201, there is no death penalty in the D.C. Code, so it's not a possibility. It's only a possibility in federal cases. This is not a federal case.
I have nothing further. Let me ask a few questions just about the investigation. So it's been a couple of months, Channel 7. It's been a couple of months, Judge, since the incident. I was just curious how you were able to track these guys down and where exactly were they caught today?
Wait, can you talk?
I prefer not to. It's a little intimidating.
Good afternoon. We were able to identify and track these suspects through various videos throughout the Washington, D.C. area. We did multiple interviews. We spoke with a lot of people. And in reference to this morning, all suspects were apprehended in the District of Columbia.
Where?
I'm not going to specify exactly where, but they were apprehended in the District of Columbia.
Past couple of months. Do you have a sense?
I don't know. We've been investigating the case. What they've been doing on a day-to-day basis would have to be asked to them.
All right. I just want to mention two people. These are two of my homicide prosecutors, the best prosecutors in my office for this kind of case, and I'm very proud of them. They've been working on it day and night. This guy's a superstar, okay? He is a detective. I'm very proud of the work that we're able to do together with our law enforcement partners. This was a real joint effort, and with Phil and the FBI, this is how it's supposed to work, and it did work. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I don't want anybody to mistake what I'm saying. Just because you are impoverished does not mean that you will be a criminal. But I do want to be clear that there is a direct link between poverty and susceptibility to having to engage in certain things. And this is something that I know up close and personal as a public defender. In fact, my elected prosecutor in Dallas County, he kind of caught some flack because he probably shouldn't have said it out loud. But he specifically said, if I get people that are getting charged with a low-level misdemeanor for going and stealing food, diapers, like basic necessities, because they literally can't afford it. He's like,
out of desperation.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not locking you up, right? Like, and great.
All right. When you're doing that, you're waving the white flag. When you were saying it's okay to steal if you can't afford something. It's okay to steal if you need some diapers. And before you say Barry being heartless, you're not taking into account everything. Oh yeah, I am. I know as well as you that there are all kinds of programs for people who are destitute. They're on EBT. They're on all kinds of assistance programs. There's no reason why you should have to steal. And now we have a sitting member of Congress, as much as a nutbag she is, she's still a sitting member of Congress, who's advocating, it's not really a crime if you have to steal. Well, who measures that? You know, there was a guy in the chat, and I had him, well, I didn't have him bounced, but I guess I did, because SV took care of him. And he posted, hold on, let me slow the chat down so I can focus on this, because it was weird. It's like this guy didn't know I was going there, but I had this segment, ready to rock and put up here. And he wrote this. He's probably gone now, but I can still put it up here. If you guys can't see it, it says, racism directly contributes to higher poverty rates and poorer health outcomes for black youth by creating systemic barriers to education, housing, and healthcare, while also causing stress and trauma. And if this guy was any sort of somebody who could put together a functional thought, I would have had to ask him if it's a systemic barrier. If racism causes a systemic barrier to everybody, systemic means it covers everybody. It's not just one or two, it's systemic. If it's a systemic barrier, how did Barack Obama become president? How did LeBron James become a billionaire? How did Oprah become a... Yeah, don't tell me. Don't give me any asterisk. The words this man used was systemic. Somehow these people found a way, but I guess it only works for them. It only works for Jay-Z. It only worked for, his wife, Beyonce. It only works for them, but it's still systemic for the rest of us. We're made to be poor, uneducated, with no homes and no health care, and unlike white people, we have all kinds of stress. And then you got a sitting member of Congress who is basically promoting and advocating this kind of crap. And you wonder why we're in the position we are in with the Democrat Party, because these two white people are sitting next to her letting her spew this shit. Now, I don't know either one of those people on the right, but I'm pretty sure if one of the knuckleheads she's talking about who needs diapers or some extra food came walking through your apartment or house, you'd have something to say about it, wouldn't you? You wouldn't be buying the crap that Jasmine Crockett is saying right now. And God forbid he walked into a house where the people know what to do. They don't care that that person might be hungry. Unless, of course, these two people on the side here want to make him a sandwich. You guys want to take him down to the grocery store and buy some diapers? Hey, man, you don't need to rob. I got you. I understand. It's systemic. You're broke. You're black. Hop in the car, and I'll take you to the store, and we'll get you some groceries and some, something to eat. No, you ain't doing that? Oh, I thought you're siding with these people. Oh, as long as they don't steal from me.
There is no good point in doing it, because a decent defense attorney would have a defense, right? There's a defense that we have on the book. So we, go and try the case, right? But most people didn't understand. They're like, oh, he's telling everybody to go steal. And I'm like, that's not what he was doing. But okay. And so I want people to understand that there are crimes that are committed, not because people are criminals, but because they literally are trying to survive.
That's some crap. That's some serious crap right there. And this is what they're saying in the Democrat Party. This is what they're telling people with a smile on their face. The black people who are stealing stuff are just poor. Well, I'm pretty sure the dollars in your bank account don't dictate your criminality. You should have, maybe should have been taught, an innate line of right and wrong, no matter how bad off you are. And you're like, well, Barry, you've never been in a position where, you don't have anything to eat. Oh, really? You know this. You see, one of the reasons why I'm so hard on this stuff is because I know what it's like. I've had family members who know what it's like. When I talked about my dad and I said he got a construction company and he did all this stuff, what I didn't tell you is that there were 4 little knucklehead kids with his ex-wife who struggled to eat. And don't laugh. Don't look at me and go, you struggled? You don't look like you struggled in your whole life to eat. Well, I didn't say me. I'm going to eat. You see, I had 2 grandmothers, a whole bunch of different aunts and uncles, and I had lots of friends, and I went to a Catholic school. There was no reason I needed to go knock off a 7-Eleven because there were doors that were open. Well, Barry, what about the people who don't have any doors? That's what public assistance is for. I am completely full of heart. I want to help people who can't eat. That's why we do the stuff we do at church. That's why I do the stuff when we give away Bibles. That's why we, those of us who give money. And I can't tell you how many Thanksgivings I stood giving away turkeys or giving away toys at Christmas. There are people with good hearts out there, and there are systems and programs to help you so you don't have to be a knucklehead and steal stuff. Makes no sense to me. All right, let's continue.
President Trump is signing an executive order this afternoon. It's going to be his 200th order since returning to office. It's going to revert the Department of Defense's name to the Department of War. It would return the agency that oversees the military to the title it had from the late 1700s to the end of World War II. This executive order allows the Department of War as a secondary title for the DoD. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth referenced that name change yesterday during a visit to Fort Benning in Georgia. Under the revised title, Hegseth would actually be referred to as Secretary of War, and it also tasks Hegseth with proposing legislation that would really make this change stick.
We won World War I and we won World War II, not with the Department of Defense, but with a War Department, with the Department of War. As the president has said, we're not just defense, we're offense. We're reestablishing at the department the warrior ethos. We want warriors, folks that understand how to exact lethality on the enemy.
So Pentagon branding is expected to be changed up too. That would include signage and websites.
Let me ask you then about this, because one proactive action was shown this week in regards to the...
Before we get to Dana and the congressman, this is interesting. President Trump, a little bit breaking stuff here, sends a warning to Europe after they hit Google with a $3.5 billion fine. Trump is considering invoking Section 301, essentially nullifying unfair penalties on U.S. companies. Europe should drop this or they're going to totally screw themselves over. Whoa. So then he talks about something Trump just dropped in terms of, let me get to this. It looks like a truth post. Yeah, okay. So he dropped this truth post, and here we go. Let's take a look at this. Let me pull up my truth window here. This is interesting. All right, so Europe today hit another great American company, Google, with a $3.5 billion fine, effectively taking money that would otherwise go to American investments in jobs. So this is just another way for Europe to try and screw America. This is on top of the many other fines and taxes that have been issued against Google and other American tech companies, sort of like what he did to Elon's company. Very unfair, and the American taxpayer will not stand for it. As I've said before, my administration will not allow these discriminatory actions to stand. Apple, as an example, was forced to pay $17 billion in a fine that, in my opinion, should not have been charged. They should get their money back. We cannot let this happen to brilliant and unprecedented American ingenuity. And if it does, I will be forced to start a Section 301 proceeding to nullify the unfair penalties being charged to these tax-paying American companies. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Okay, so what you have now is President Trump out there again. It's interesting that this dropped today, after yesterday. There is no such thing as a coincidence. I've been saying that over and over. Now a little bit of insight. You're like, wait a second, y'all just buddied up to Trump yesterday. Was there maybe some conversation that, hey man, they out here trying to stick it to us because we're talking to you. They're going to hit us with a $3 billion fine. They're bringing it. They're bringing the heat. And Trump's like, nah, ain't going to have it. Not going to have it. Not going to happen. I'll take care of it. And see, that post and that Truth Social post, which you just heard and read, should tell you why I've been saying the MAGA Confederacy should shut the hell up. Shut the F up. You don't know. You don't know what's going on behind the scenes. You don't know what's going on in Europe. You don't know that they're trying to hit Google with a $3.5 billion fine. How many of you before, whenever it was announced, I don't know, when did President Trump put that out? Let me see. That went out, 301. Whoa. Ooh. I'm saying whoa because he said Section 301, and I'm looking at the bottom of this post here, and it was posted at 301. All right, so Section 301, and it was posted at 301. Just saying, there are no coincidences. There are no coincidences. Whoa, I just happened to look at that. So he posts that literally 14 minutes ago and has let the EU or whoever else say, F you, we're not going to take it. Not going to take it at all. So I'm going to get back to some more news, but I've got William Kelly here. He's here, but I want to play this video before we talk to Mr. Kelly. It's about Chicago. Let me show you who William Kelly is here. Let me bring this up. William Kelly is a reporter in Chicago. Veteran Chicago reporter, despised by Mayors Johnson, Lightfoot, and host of the Chicago Files, Emmy Award-winning journalist. All right, so listen to this before we bring him on.
Welcome back. ICE gearing up now for a potential major operation in the city of Chicago. Immigration enforcement is slated to get underway at the same time that Mexican independence celebrations kick off this weekend. This has got local leaders in the Windy City sounding the alarm. Listen.
President Trump wants a confrontation. He wants chaos. He wants cameras. He wants conflict. And above all, he seeks to provoke that conflict in order to intimidate and to create a made-for-TV crackdown to rile up his base and to turn the people of this country against us.
All right, Dennis White is a former National Guardsman and a Chicago resident. He joins us now. Dennis, thank you for taking time with us. It is not coincidental that these ICE operations in the Windy City are now believed they're going to get jump-started this weekend during Mexican Independence Day celebrations there. President Trump has been teasing this kind of enforcement for a couple of weeks now. What do you make of the timing?
Well, the timing with the Mexican Independence Day and ICE coming in is going to be very, very bad here in the city of Chicago. Let's look at it like this here. Some of everybody over there who going to parade during the Mexican Independence Day, some of them are criminals. They're going to do some crime activities against ICE. They know this. Now, what Chuy Garcia is saying is not true. He inciting this type of insurrection here in the city of Chicago. And I would like to make this other point. Not only Chuy Garcia, but you have Alderman Vasquez, you have Alderman Byron Cinco Lopez, and you have Alderman Carlos Rosa. They always plan to interfere with ICE, trying to do their job and trying to deport these illegal out of the city of Chicago. And now here we are dealing with another problem here, crime, which is orchestrated by Mayor Brandon Johnson. And Brandon Johnson don't care about nobody but himself, the Chicago Teaching Union, and the illegals that's still here, drain resources out of the city of Chicago for their own benefits. J.B. Pritzker over here signed this ridiculous bill called the Safety Act that allow criminals to come right back out and do more criminal activity here, not only in the state of Illinois, but in the city of Chicago.
Here's a quote from Governor Pritzker yesterday. It breaks.
All right, William, what in the heck is going on out there?
Hello, Barry. How are you doing, brother?
Good. All kinds of stuff is breaking loose in Chicago. I don't understand how these people are fighting against crime. What's it look like on the ground out there? Are things imminent?
Well, I might be seeking asylum in your studio eminently. So I'm going to need you to find me a job in Florida so at least I can pay rent, for crying out loud. No, there's Chicago already had enough crime, and our elected officials aren't helping.
Right.
As your previous guest just mentioned, J.B. Pritzker, our governor, who wants to be president, by the way, he has his signature legislation is something called the Safety Act, which essentially allows violent repeat offenders to out on no cash bail so that they can repeat offend, and they're doing it every single day, and this is not just. This number of violent repeat offenders is ever growing. Now we have illegal aliens that are literally attacking Chicago citizens, walking up to women on the street, choking them, robbing them, punching them in the face, fracturing their faces. And then here's what happens. They get arrested. The Chicago police, by the way, they do a great job. It's none of the crime in Chicago can be blamed on the Chicago police, although Brandon Johnson, our mayor, wants to blame the police for this. But at any rate, so what happens is the police, they arrest these violent repeat offenders, and then due to President Pritzker, oh my God, Governor Pritzker's Safety Act, these violent repeat offenders, both American citizens and illegal aliens, are allowed right back out onto the street, Barry.
A question I've had with my wife, other people, listeners here, and why? What is the fantasy, and why has it? I mean, there's no doubt it's intentionally been allowed to happen. There's been too many years now where every Monday we look at it like a football game. How many people got shot in Chicago this weekend? Right. And it's every single weekend. In fact, they're probably some of your colleagues. Every Monday, people are writing recaps. So it's not new. Why has it been allowed to continue?
Well, I've been the victim of multiple attacks in my own life and multiple attackers. And you're right. A lot of this stuff is on video now, where you see just people walking down the street. They get hit in the back of the head. It's always the back of the head. I don't know what that's all about. But obviously these criminals are cowards. They're never announcing a robbery or challenging a fair fight. They hit you in the back of the head. And then if you're stunned, if you've never been hit in the back of the head before, I don't recommend it, Barry, by the way. I'm not recommending it, but I'm just saying, if you're not used to this, if this isn't something that you've grown accustomed to, but at any rate, if you get hit in the back of the head, you're usually a little stunned. Some people actually turn around and they're trying to apologize or something are you okay? What happened? And then, of course, they get robbed, and in some cases, very, very, very badly injured. So, I mean, it really is, to your question, I suppose, why? And there's really, I've given it a lot of thought, Barry. Like I said, I was born and raised on the South Side. Why?
Oh, okay.
It's not like Governor Pritzker's a stupid man. He's not. He's a billionaire businessman. The man's, he's not stupid. He knows what he's doing. What is the rhyme or the reason here? It really is just. I mean, one thing is for sure. Our elected officials in Illinois are prioritizing violent repeat offenders and now violent repeat illegal alien offenders over law-abiding citizens.
Now, the thing with this, and doesn't matter what political party you're with, you live in Chicago, and why is it that of course the Republicans are complaining, and the people who live there in the hood areas complain? Why is it that it seems like it's lock, stop, and barrel? All the Democrats just all look the other way. I mean, aren't some, like you said, I didn't know when Ashley booked you that you've been a victim as well. I mean, it seems like it's just so pervasive at this point that it's, quote, a part of Chicago.
Yeah, and as a lifelong Chicagoan, it breaks my heart. I love Chicago with all my heart. I'm not a Chicago basher by any stretch. I grew up, don't laugh, Barry, believing that Chicago is the greatest city in the history of the world. This is what I genuinely believed growing up. And I still, I still believe that it could be, under the right leadership. But look at the priorities here. President Trump is offering to send the National Guard to Chicago for safety concerns, right? And the Democrats are saying that this would be, the threat to democracy. Yet, the very same Democrat leaders used the National Guard to protect the DNC guests. The Democrat National Convention was in Chicago. They used and abused, in my opinion, the National Guard to essentially be private security for their mega donors, and so there's just obvious hypocrisy here, Barry.
When they're talking about, and I saw Pritzker and Johnson, they seem to be amplifying this theme of there's going to be violence if you do this. Oh, we're going to fight back. Who is going to fight back? Who is it that's willing to stand toe-to-toe and burn the city because people are trying to stop crime?
Yeah, well, apparently that is what our elected officials are saying. And they're not being coy about it or tactful or diplomatic or whatever the right word is. They're coming right out and telling people I think in pretty direct terms that they want them to rise up against law enforcement in favor of the illegal aliens and the violent criminals. So I just really this is going to be, I think, a very defining moment in not only Chicago history this weekend. This Mexican Independence Day weekend is not only going to be a defining moment in Chicago history, but I think it's really going to set the tone for the midterms and beyond.
Really? Now, do you think it's happening this weekend? I mean, you think there'll be? I mean, have you seen movement and troop assembly?
That's the big question right now. Is President Trump actually going to follow through on this, or was this some kind of a head fake or something? I don't know. I'll tell you what, Barry. Have me back on on Monday, and I will let you know exactly what happens.
So, are you going to be out there in the street with a camera or something and a helmet? Helmet and a flak jacket.
Well, here's I was out there for the lockdown, the looting of I covered all of the migrant issues over the course of the last few years. Chicago hasn't really recovered from the lockdown and the looting of the George Floyd. So and now Chicago is completely bankrupt as a result of Mayor Johnson's spending literally every last dime on illegal aliens. So something does have to give here, Barry. That is for sure.
Do you ever get a chance to speak to actual police officers in Chicago, and how do they feel referencing, what the mayor is saying in public?
Excellent question. Yes, all day, every day. I grew up in a cop neighborhood. I consider the police to be, and like you said, it shouldn't be a Democrat or Republican issue. I grew up, in my neighborhood anyway, being pro law enforcement was just, it was a given. Now and if you were anti-law enforcement, you were considered some kind of a lunatic. Now, literally every elected official in the city of Chicago is one of these anti-police lunatics. You can't make this stuff up, Barry. But the real hypocrisy, as if that wasn't bad enough, right? The real hypocrisy is Mayor Johnson has a 150 security detail of sworn Chicago police officers.
Wow.
So if Chicago's so safe, as he keeps saying, why does he have 150 police officers following his every move?
That's 150?
150. And from what I can tell, and by the way, I talked to a lot of them, to go back to your original question, they tell me that the mayor has panic attacks every time I show up at one of his press conferences, which is on a weekly basis. If you Google, I don't know what, if you go to reporterwilliamjkelly.com or you go to YouTube and search, reporter William J. Kelly or William J. Kelly, Chicago or something like this, you'll see these confrontations between me and the mayor. It's not just it's like literally every single week. It's like the most, I never went, growing up in Chicago, I believed that the mayor was the most important job, that City Hall was the center of the political universe. If somebody had told me when I was a kid that I would be in a weekly conflict with the mayor of the city of Chicago, I would have thought that, that the world was upside down. And I guess it kind of is, Barry.
Crazy.
It kind of is, but not in the way I would have imagined.
One of the things that he kept saying, and I think Pritzker too, the continued refrain is that the guns are coming from outside of the state into Chicago. And one of the things I immediately thought of is that we have police. I'm sure you've got detectives. So if they're running the guns into a certain area, why aren't you watching the border? Why aren't you doing any kind of surveillance? it can't be that. I mean, as big as Chicago is, I would imagine that and let me ask you, as big as Chicago is, how big is the war zone? How big is the zone where all this stuff is happening?
Barry, I hate to say it, but it's citywide. You know, I grew up on the south side, but now I live downtown, Gold Coast, whatever you want to call it, and there are just as many shootings, violent robberies, sexual assaults in downtown Chicago. Brutal attacks on video. You know, and you would think that, you know, even one would get the kind of attention from a politician, but no. You know, the truth of the matter is that this has been a lot. Our elected officials, with their anti-police rhetoric, and many of the, you know, the staff, believe it or not, that at City Hall, these are people who are making six figures. One mayoral staffer in particular, Kennedy Bartley, making $200,000 a year plus. You know, the only thing that the only qualification that she had was going on the internet and saying "F the pigs," "F the pigs." This was her qualification that got her hired to be a mayoral staffer. So this is. We've got some serious problems here in Chicago. I believe that any problem can be corrected with the right leadership. I believe that there's no reason why a major American city like this should continue to go downhill. I'm hoping that we will see President Trump's troops in Chicago this weekend, Barry.
So I'm going to ask you, I want you to pull your crystal ball out of the closet and put it in front of you. If the military or National Guard, whoever, ICE, they all come in, and it goes from 50 or 60 people being shot in Chicago down to 0 like it was in Washington, what does that do to the Democrat machine in Chicago?
Well, I think that would be a pretty clear victory for law and order, and obviously the president, being on the side of law and order. I think it would be a pretty clear victory. It would be, indisputable, Barry.
I have a question. If President Trump or Tom Homan or any of the guys called you and said, "All right, William, where do we need to go, and where should we stage, and should we do?" What would be your answer?
Well, I think that this historically, every Mexican Independence day in Chicago, you have out of control street disruptions right in downtown Chicago. You have drag racing, you have violence, you have people being menaced, attacked, robbed. They wouldn't have to look too hard, Barry. They could walk down the Magnificent Mile. Remember the Magnificent Mile? Remember State Street, that great street that Frank Sinatra used to talk about? Well, here's they wouldn't have to go. They wouldn't have to look too hard. They would have to do is come on down to downtown Chicago.
Wow.
Yes.
That is crazy. I'm looking at some of the comments here. Somebody was wondering. Let me see if I can find it. Let me scroll to it. They're making that's what it was. They're making six figures, and they're still seeing homicide chalk outlines in the street. How can these people continue to keep their jobs? Well, if this gets exposed, where they're actually committing crimes to stop crimes, and it still succeeds, how can these people, as you just mentioned, who are making $150,000, $200,000 a year, can the people actually see it? And well, I don't know. I'm not living there. What do the people think? I talked to the ladies from Chicago Flip Red. I understand what people in the hood think. What do white people think?
Oof. Well, I think that it basically breaks down into two camps. You have the white liberals who are listening to the black leaders, and they believe what the black leaders are saying, despite the fact that the majority of black people, I think, in Chicago are not listening to black leaders anymore. They're just not. They're trying to live their own life, and the only people who are listening to these, BLM style black leaders are sadly white liberals who then turn around and amplify that message in the media. So it's, I think that, obviously the work you're doing, me just going to City Hall, trying to ask real questions. By the way, the questions I ask on a weekly basis are questions that I get from the comment section from real Chicagoans saying, hey, please ask the mayor this question or that question. I've actually been, Mayor Lightfoot revoked my media credential. Believe it or not, Barry, in Chicago, you need an official City of Chicago media credential in order to go to City Hall press conferences. I had to go to court to get it back. Now Johnson's administration is threatening my credential again. If anyone wants, I have a legal defense fund, Barry, no joke. It's a really sad commentary that in Chicago, that a reporter would need a legal defense fund.
Wait a minute, you get arrested?
Oh, I've been threatened. I've been harassed. I've been menaced by City Hall staff. You don't have, like I said, you don't have to go, walk in the, down on the south side in the middle of the night to get assaulted or be harassed or menaced in the city of Chicago. All you have to do is show up to a mayoral press conference, for crying out loud. But yeah, reporter WilliamJKelly.com is my website. There's a GoFundMe on there for my legal defense fund. From what I can tell, the only punishable offense in Chicago now is asking an elected official a question. You know what I mean? I'm like, I look at the news, Barry, and I'm like, okay, here we have literally blood on the sidewalks, and this is downtown. This is State Street. This is Michigan Avenue. I tell people, I'm like, do not walk through the crime scene. You do not know what you're tracking home. You don't understand what you're tracking into your Gold Coast condo on the bottoms of your shoes. You've got blood. You've got brain matter on the bottoms of your shoes. Listen to the police. Don't disrespect the police. If the police officer says, "Don't walk through my crime scene," don't walk through the crime scene.
I've been telling people, obviously, you're there with the Bears and everything. How do people go to football games and go to see the Bulls or the Blackhawks or the Cubs or the White Sox? It's a huge sports city. I mean, your teams in that city have been heralded forever. I mean, the Bears, the Chicago Bears. Yes. How do they go to these games with, you have to dodge bullets and everything?
Well, have you ever seen those wildlife shows where there'd be like this big herd of gazelles? And, and then there'd be like the lion that would jump out and grab one of them. I used to watch these shows, and I even as a kid, I tried to like do the run the numbers, and the bottom line is, if you're a gazelle, chances are, numerically, statistically speaking, you're not going to be the one that gets shot or stabbed or bitten or whatever the heck, But, Chicago has essentially become an open-air gun range, an open-air mental institution. I hate to say it, but there's just walking last night, I was walking home from the studio, and literally there's a crazy person on literally every corner, yelling at them, yelling at, so whoever their, imaginary argument, they're having these imaginary arguments, they're having these imaginary boxing, shadow boxing, and it's frightening. There's a number of women that have been just randomly punched in the face, just walking down the street, randomly punched in the face. And some people might say, well, that's no big deal. No, it kind of is a big deal, because first of all, a lot of these women, it's not like punching, you or me in the face. A woman gets punched in the face, and now she's got a fractured, orbital bone or something. You know what I mean? So it's a little different, for a woman, right? To you have to spend her summer with a black eye and some big blood bubble coming out of her face. You don't need that.
Are the people who are doing the damage, are they gangs, or it's just indiscriminate people stealing and robbing and shooting?
It's really that's a great question, because, the gangs at this point are kind of, at least they've got a little organization, a little discipline. They kind of stick to their own, their revenue, sources.
Right.
They're not really, they're not out there just committing, punching random women in the face.
They're running a business.
They're running a business, Gary. Come on. Come on, and then they teach you coach Little League on Sunday. So come on, Barry. Right. But the problem is that a lot of times in downtown, you do have these groups of, I guess, what they call kids, and they will, for whatever reason, they've got in their heads that this is fun, that this is a fun night out. Just running up to people, punching them in the face. They stopped a lady. This was actually last summer, who ended up losing her baby. It's really gruesome and bad stuff, Barry.
Wow. Well, I'm going to let you go and let you arm up and and get ready and get the helmet, the flak jacket. And if it does happen this weekend, well, never mind this weekend, but every time, please be safe. Want to hear more from you, because
call me anytime, and you got to have me out. We should do an event together.
All right, absolutely. And Ashley's got all your information, so let's see what happens this weekend. Fingers crossed, prayers up. Hope you stay safe. First and foremost, you get the information, but stay safe as well.
Wonderful, Barry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother. Whew. Wow, I did not know that. I didn't know it was. I thought it was just in the hood, and now we're hearing that. And we're finding out from people who are actually there is that it's a citywide occurrence. And it's worse than the media even knows or is willing to say. Wow. All right, I'm going to take a quick 90-second break, and I'll be right back. Wow, wow, wow.
Back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
History. On top of that, you have $4 trillion from the CBO. It's going to be much more than that coming into the Treasury from the tariffs, the historic trade policy. You have well over $15 trillion of pledged foreign investment coming into the country to revitalize the economy, and you have the passage of the largest package of tax cuts and reforms in American history. So we are living through the most successful, extraordinary economic revival. You see car plants coming in, you see steel plants coming in, you see manufacturing plants coming in. You're going to see all these critical industries, pharmaceuticals, chips, semiconductors, reshoring. It is truly the great American revival that President Trump has unleashed. And of course, we're also going to, we have seen the most extraordinary job growth for American workers and American citizens that we've seen in recent history, coming off a period of 4 years where every single job went to a foreign worker. Foreign workers are now leaving the economy. American workers are getting all the benefits. And, of course, we have larger issues to deal with the integrity of BLS that President Trump has spoken about. And we're going to get that fixed, and we're going to get honest and accurate jobs numbers. Next question. Yes, sorry. Yes, yep. Well, I think the important thing is, the D.C. Attorney General's office is a separate office. It's not part of the mayor's office. Not many people may realize that in Washington, D.C., that the Attorney General operates completely separate from the mayor's office, and which is an unusual setup because typically, the mayor would control the full administration of the justice authority within her city. The mayor's office, as you know, issued an executive order requiring long-term cooperation between the city and the federal government. And that's what President Trump has asked for from the beginning. He said that we want cities that want our help to formally seek it out and request it. And so the mayor, to her credit, she signed an executive order creating the framework for that long-term cooperation. And now as a result of that executive order, the federal law enforcement assets, the National Guard assets, and the full federal apparatus will be able to work with the city to deliver this extraordinary public safety improvement for the long term. And you're only seeing the very beginnings of this. So, during the first few weeks, of course, we've seen these radical reductions in violent crime. We're just getting started. DEA, ATF, FBI have only just begun to identify, disrupt, and dismantle the criminal organizations that have been wreaking havoc on the city for so long. And we're going to take them apart, member by member, group by group, piece by piece, and we're going to set this city free. I have time for one last question.
On immigration, could I ask you on immigration?
And the Democrats attempt to drive a wedge between President Trump and Secretary Kennedy. Their attempt to do that, I guess, is
The Democrats are continuing to support a completely failed approach to public health that we have seen over generations has resulted in chronic increases in obesity, in diabetes, in heart health, and just in general, the chronic disease burden on America has been extraordinary. It is the #1 driver of public health costs, and it's the #1 driver of early deaths. And of course, in particular, especially tragic has been the early childhood chronic disease burden. So, and I say this as a parent of young children, there's so many kids who have allergies, who have asthma, who have skin conditions, for example, psoriasis or eczema, who have all kinds of chronic digestive issues, gut issues. There's so many health issues. Not to mention, of course, the particularly terrifying illnesses like pediatric cancer. And so President Trump and RFK are working on getting to the systemic causes. What is our environment? What is in our approach to healthcare? What is in our approach to medicine that is either failing to address or is contributing to this chronic disease burden? And we all celebrate RFK, Bobby, for his leadership in this issue, and President Trump has been committed from the beginning to developing a comprehensive approach to reducing chronic illness in America. Time for one last question. Anything over here?
Can I ask you about immigration, sir?
On Venezuela, President of Colombia is saying that Cartel of the Suns does not exist. What can you answer, and which message do you send to people in Venezuela after this indictment of Nicolas Maduro?
Well, as you know, and thank you for bringing it up, Nicolas Maduro is an indicted drug trafficker. He's indicted in federal court. He's a fugitive from justice in America. As I think you're also aware, there's a $50 million reward for the return of Nicolas Maduro. Not just him, his henchmen have also been indicted. So it is a drug cartel that is running Venezuela. This is a very important point. It is not a government, it is a drug cartel, a narco-trafficking organization that is running Venezuela. And this has been documented in federal court, and indictments have been secured. The people of Venezuela have been suffering and struggling under the reality of a nation that is so rich in resources, so rich in reserves, that is run by Maduro, the head of the cartel that you referenced, the Cartel de los Sols. That is absolutely one of the most ruthless criminal cartels on the planet. And many Americans may not realize that the drugs killing their kids are coming from Maduro, and also the criminal aliens killing their kids are coming from Maduro. So he's sending his drugs, he is sending his killers, his assassins into our communities, and he's working directly with other designated foreign terrorist organizations like the FARC in Colombia and all the Mexican drug cartels. So it's one continuous loop. And for decades and for years, for generations, we used our military to engage in action against terrorists in the Middle East and in Africa, while leaving unharmed the terrorists in our own hemisphere who are responsible for so much more American deaths, so many more American deaths, who have spilled so much blood across the Western Hemisphere, who have bereaved so many parents and families, and who have contributed to such a horrific cycle and just nonstop, relentless surge of violence in our cities. Every major city in America is suffering from cartel violence. Even the U.S.-based gangs are working directly with these cartels. The drugs, the guns, the weapons, the cash, the organization. We've been occupied by cartels for far too long. President Trump is finally allowing and directing the United States military to use its authorities under the Constitution to defend America from the terrorist organizations that have run free for too long in our own hemisphere. Thank you all. Thank you for the question.
On foreign policy.
All right, man. That, as you saw at the bottom, was about 20 minutes ago. He walked up and started taking questions right while we were talking to William Kelly. And so I was like, okay, I can't jump, so let me freeze it so I could bring it to you. I can't wait till I'm in to get the whole studio set up. I can bring in anything that's going on. We're gonna be able to bring it in instantly. So at 4 o'clock, we got 9 minutes. President Trump is going to be doing a combination event. They didn't publicly do the 2 p.m. Executive order signing, so I guess they're going to do that publicly with the 4 o'clock announcement, which I think is going to be, I don't know, maybe rolling out the people in Chicago and putting the troops out. I don't know. We shall see very, very shortly what it is. I did see that President Trump was also, he's on this Google thing pretty hard. He's pissed off about it, that they went after an American company. And so, again, I'm not going to belabor the point, but what I had said earlier, just when I show you this second post, remember what I said. We don't know what last night was about. We don't even have a clue as to what was going on, except for the fact that they were all together. This was his second post. He says, in addition to my previously posted truth concerning Google, please let this statement serve to represent that Google has also paid in the past $13 billion in false claims and charges for a total of $16.5 billion. How crazy is that? The European Union must stop this practice against American companies immediately. So he took the time to put out two statements about Google being ripped off by the European Union. And you guys, I won't say you guys, but there's probably people out there who still think that, they shouldn't have been at the table. There's something going on. We don't know. But he comes out swinging in defense of Google. Think about that. Let that sink in. This big monolithic company that everybody hates, including myself, because they own this company here. Come on, President Trump. Need to get them on here. They hit me. They dinged me yesterday because I dared talk about Ilhan Omar, and I showed the chart with what's happened with the Transformers. Until we can completely talk at ease, there is going to be a problem. And these companies are so big that the people at the top don't know what these idiots are doing down below. If it's idiots at all, it may be AI doing that. It's got to change. We got to get our language back. That's first and foremost to me. While we were listening, in addition, Bongino announced something else. He goes, FBI Director Bongino just announced the FBI has arrested members of the Sinaloa cartel link gang for taking fraudulent PPP loans. So let that germinate. COVID money, oops, I said the word, from taxpayers were paid out to the cartels. This one group defrauded taxpayers out of $236,000 and is believed to be involved in the distribution of hard drugs and other criminal activities. Let that just sink in. These loans, your money, has been going to cartels. I want to know if Wally the Nigerian was told to do that, and by who? You know, it seems like every time we pull something back, we're like, you gotta be kidding me. This can't be happening. And as you're sitting here, it's Friday afternoon. It's late Friday afternoon. And I've been going for 2 hours. President Trump hasn't even come out yet. And then I've got another hour of stuff to show you if you want to hang around. It's incredible. This is the new normal in Trump world. Who knows what tomorrow will be? It's just, when I posted that post this afternoon, I'm like, I have so much content. There is so much going on, and all this seems to be happening at the same time. This came out, how long ago? Let me just, about about 30 minutes ago. Daily Caller reporting this. I told you I could do a whole show just on X stuff. Fired. Who is this? Who is this woman? Breaking. High-ranking IRS officer Nikki Wilkinson was fired after the Daily Caller reported on her public LinkedIn post bashing the Trump administration and Republicans. Sources close to the White House told the caller. And so she's out there just blah, 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 hate Trump, hate Trump, hate Trump. And now she's fired. Top official terminated after public tirade against the Trump administration. This rot is so deep and permeates so many different crevices across the federal government, across state governments. It's a bigger virus than the C-19 was. These people are effed in the head. And why don't you just close the IRS? Tell them take the weekend off. As a matter of fact, you know what? Take next week off. We don't need you. We don't need you ever again, and be done with it. I wanted to show something. SV said something to me. Where is this? This is pretty big. See if I can find it. Yeah, okay, this one. RFK Jr. is set to reveal. Now understand, this is all happening on a Friday. When did this come out? This came out at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. RFK Jr. is set to reveal that Tylenol usage during pregnancy and having a folate deficiency may be linked to autism. How many of you ladies have taken Tylenol because of, I don't know, cramping or anything else having to do with pregnancy? How long has this been covered up? Big Pharma's days of paying off our politicians to look the other way need to end. And you know what? They also need to get sued. I don't know what the statute of limitations are on something like that. Taking Tylenol because, you know, maybe it's your menstrual cycle or you're having pain because of, you know, having a baby and it's causing your kids to have autism and nobody told you. This is crazy. What is this? It looks as Trump just posted something else. Wait a minute. What? How long ago is this? Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, he just posted it. Friday. Friday, and hits just keep coming. Let's see what this one looks like, so I can show you. SV didn't even get the chance to see this one. The Democrats have gone crazy, and it's a picture. I guess it's addressed to John Thune, and it says. Civilian nominees confirmed via voice vote, unanimous consent. Back under, you have to look at, under first Bush, 817. Under Clinton, 11, these are just voice votes, 1,100. Under Bush II, 911. Under Obama, 856. Under Trump the first, 533. Under Biden, 530. Now, 0. 0. You can't work in this kind of environment where all they're going to do is just stop Trump. That's it. And I don't know how many people on the right are playing along as well, but this is a little bit crazy. SP's like, I said it to you. I must have missed it. It's nuts. Absolutely nuts. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. What are we supposed to do? What exactly is it that we are supposed to do when you got this type of just broad-based hate for anything Trump? I can't tell you. I can't tell you. Before President Trump comes out, let me show you a new product from... who's this from? This is from MAGA Offers. So you guys have I showed you the sneakers. Every time I show you the sneakers, people go, oh, man, those things are people either say they look fantastic or they say they look, you know, ugly, but they're audacious. They stand out. Well, this one isn't about the sneakers. They've got a new product. I'm going to show you. It's expensive. This is not some cheapy thing. It costs some money. So here is the new fight red beauty watch, the Trump watch. You know, sometimes, I'm looking down here, you know, sometimes you buy a watch just to tell time, but not this one. This one tells a story. This Trump wrist watch, black steel band, bold, solid red face. It's sharp, it's strong, and it stands out. But more than that, every time you check the time, it's a little reminder that truth still matters. In a world where everyone's trying to spin you, this watch is like carrying a compass that points you back to what's real. And let's be honest, it's pretty sharp looking. It honestly goes with everything. Dress up or keep it casual. For some, it's a daily piece you'll wear proudly. For others, perhaps it's something you'll hold on to as a collector's item, a reminder of this moment in time, and what a time to be alive. Either way, it's not just a watch, it's a statement of what you believe in. It's the kind of thing you'll be glad you've got when someone asks, where were you when all of this was happening? You can just point to your wrist and say, right here. Been keeping track all along. So yeah, sure, it tells the time, but it also tells a story, one that represents the truth, and these days that feels even more valuable. Get yours today at themagaoffers.com/BarryWatch. All right, themagaoffers/BarryWatch. Just go ahead and do that. You'll get a nice discount just for being a loyal viewer of Fanfare. All right, so again, themagaoffers.com/BarryWatch. All right, everybody. We're waiting on President Trump. It is 4 o'clock. Let me make sure my feed is up so we don't miss anything. Wondering if he'll be on time today. Let me do this and then we'll take some comments. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. And give me 30 seconds to make sure that all of this stuff is in place.
Back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
All right, so we're waiting for President Trump to come out. I don't want to start something else and then he comes walking out, because then that would suck and you would miss it. So let me just go ahead and start taking some comments while we wait a little bit. Let me see. Ohio State colors would match a lot of my clothes. Yeah, it did. It was Ohio State colors. Great. He's posting just a little bit more truth before his appearance at 4 o'clock. He keeps hitting it. He does. And you know what? Actually, I could probably, the indoctrination runs very deep and broad with TDS to unimaginable levels. Exactly. Temporary appointees until the red wave in a year. Yep. I can't buy anybody in the polls anymore. I refuse. I refuse to look at polls. I can't even fathom that there are that many stupid people out there that would think that everything that he's doing at this point isn't working. It's crazy. But you know what? I do have to finish up this. Let me see, where am I with it? And that would give us a little bit of time. Yeah, all right. Yep, good. It's good to go here. Let me play this. I'm keeping an eye on the feed to see when he walks out, so we should be good to go. Hold on one second. Here we go.
Drug boat coming from Venezuela, and Secretary of Defense War, Pete Hegseth, he said this yesterday.
Mr. Secretary, what legal authority did the Pentagon invoke to strike that boat full of drug smugglers?
We have the absolute and complete authority to conduct that. First of all, just the defense of the American people alone.
100,000 Americans were killed each year under the previous administration because of an open border and open drug traffic flow. That is an assault on the American people. Every boatload of any form of drug that poisons the American people is an imminent threat. And at the DOD, our job is to defeat imminent threats.
And Ilhan Omar, but she's not the only one, is questioning the legality. She wrote this: I condemn the lawless and reckless actions in the Southern Caribbean. Congress has not declared war on Venezuela or Trinidad, and the mere designation of a group as a terrorist organization does not give any president carte blanche to ignore Congress's clear constitutional authority on matters of war and peace. So again, I ask you as a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, what do you think about the authority here?
Well, now, before he answered that question, the first thing I would have said was, she can go STFU. She can just shut the F up. I do not want her talking at all about how we're going to interdict against, invaders that are bringing drugs into the country. Don't want to hear it from her, especially from her. You go worry about what's going on in Minnesota. I ain't got time for you.
The authority to do so, and Omar carries zero weight, and she's completely irrelevant when it comes to this. Anybody that wants to talk about national security should not be talking to Omar. She has zero credibility to this whatsoever. The fact of the matter is, this was in international water. The boat had been warned to stop. They chose not to. They were clearly running drugs. We had been tracking it since it left Venezuela, and this is what you get. You play stupid games, you have stupid results. And for Venezuela, the message to them is mess around and find out. We don't have Biden's administration in office. You have President Trump. We are being proactive, which goes back to changing from the Department of Defense to the Department of War. You continue to act this way. You continue to want to be a cartel rather than a legitimate country. We're going to continue to destroy all the assets. You want to fly a jet close to our assets? Mess around, find out what's going to happen next.
Well, actually, I wanted to ask you about that. Can you?
By the way, the reason why that's blurry like that, I've explained it before. Certain people get all up in their fifis. They don't like seeing people get blowed up, so I have to blur it out.
Can you explain to people what happened this morning in terms of what Venezuela did to us?
Yeah, so I believe, I haven't talked to anybody from Venezuela, but we believe that they tried to basically prove a point. We had a Navy ship in international water. They chose to fly a jet dangerously close to it, too close to the fact that they were also warned. They're lucky they didn't get shot down. It was 100% being provocative going towards us, and we think it was in a result to us shooting down one of their drug ships. And I do mean one of their drug ships. This ship that we destroyed was dispatched from Venezuela. And so this was a response, and we're going to respond back to what they did today.
All right, Senator, thank you. Glad you're back in Washington, even if you're not, but you said it is safer, so we'll keep in touch with you and maybe see you next week. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dana.
I think I've had it to here with people defending crime. I understand. I will even understand a political aspect. I will understand that you hate everything Trump. I will understand that any policy he wants to put out there, you're going to, absolutely with all of your might, you're going to fight against President Trump being successful in policy. I cannot forgive you. I cannot accept it. I don't want to hear anything about you questioning safety. And at this point, the Democrats, as Trump said, have lost their mind. They don't even want to support safety. On what authority do you get to blow up bad guys? The fact that they're bad guys. How about that? How about we not gonna play your stupid games anymore? You try to bring stuff in. You're bringing in all kinds of contraband, which does harm to America. We're not gonna give you a chance for it to land and then, make your money and keep doing it. Why is that wrong? The whole thing with the Maryland man, all this crap, I'm like, I understand your political obfuscation, your party insanity, but you're actually advocating against safety. I don't see how any person, Democrat or Republican, can sit back and go, yeah, I don't want my safety. And what we're about to see this weekend, which could be horrific, stay tuned, of people actually committing crimes to object to law enforcement stopping crimes. I don't think Tom Sawyer or any of the great writers of our time could have said that kind of contrast. Wait a second. This guy's trying to stop crime. Yeah. And then because he's trying to stop crime, you're going to commit more. Yeah. How do sane people rationalize that? How do you sit back? Hey, honey, you're going to watch the football game this weekend? Hey, wait a second. Turn on Chicago. Oh, this is some good stuff. Here's the military, and are you looking for your Tiananmen Square moment? I don't understand. And then after you do your damage, then you yourself have got to walk out of Chicago and hope you don't get got. Oh, we're going to go in there and hang the signs and and then we're going to throw cocktails and do all this stuff. Okay, now it's over. Now you got to dodge that obstacle course. You see, you came in to fight the guys you could see. You came in to fight the guys who have somewhat decorum. They're not just going to shoot you in the head. They're going to say, stop, Joe. Stop, Josephine. Please don't do this. And if you do it, we might have to arrest you. Okay. Then you're going to turn around and try to walk the gauntlet back home. Or to wherever you parked. And hope that you can get there in time. It was so funny when we were talking to William. I just thought it was hilarious. He's like, it was like the gazelle trying to get some water. Trying to walk through, the watering hole, hoping that a lion doesn't come behind you or a gator or a crocodile doesn't come in front of you. You're just a feeble little gazelle trying to get back. Trying to get back. And as you're drinking your little water, you didn't know there's a giant crocodile coming to take half your ass from you. Or a lion is going to take the other half. That's what they're going to have to do this weekend. They're going to have guards to get them back after they protest and cause havoc. I mean, we may have to go live for them. Can we see this? Can we see them try to get home? It would be like Marlon Perkins. Okay, look, Big Jim. Yeah, we have the liberal white people. They're going to head forth into the jungle. Let's see if they make it. We can't interfere with nature, so we're not really sure what's going to happen. Oops! He got. And they took all your watches and everything, and they didn't care that you were holding a sign. Because you are prey. There's people in Chicago, as he was saying when we were doing the interview, these people don't care who you are. They don't care that you live in a swank condo. They don't care that hey, I'm upper crust. No, you're prey. You are absolutely someone that they're just going to be scoping. But your ignorance is saying, we're going to go out and fight Trump. Well, that's the easy fight. All you got to do is not mess up and they won't take you away. Then you got to turn around. So maybe the riots that happen end before it gets dark. I don't know. I wouldn't want to be there.
Troubling findings show thousands of migrant children were given to unvetted sponsors under President Biden. Fox News has an exclusive look at the federal team working to find them now. Brooke Taylor is live in Dallas. She's got the latest for us. Good morning, Brooke.
Hi, Dana. Yeah, this team was created in March to fulfill one of President Trump's key campaign promises that he enlisted border czar Tom Homan with, which is to find the tens of thousands of unaccompanied minors who crossed the border and were ultimately lost in the system under the Biden administration.
We found kids in very deplorable conditions, very dirty conditions. We found children who have been raped.
We got exclusive.
Wait a minute. Didn't Senator Wyden just say yesterday that it doesn't exist? Again, in order to be a card-carrying member of the Democrat Party, you say you care about people, but you really don't. All right, we have movement here. Wait a second. Hold on. He's getting ready to come on, and he's talking, and let's do it.
Yes, sir. This is H.R. 2808. This is the Home Buyers Privacy Protection Act. The congressman here was the lead sponsor, so I think maybe he
John Ross, yes.
say more about it than I can.
Please.
Well, it's difficult for Americans to buy a home, particularly after the last 4 years, sir. But with the president's signature today, we're going to make it easy for people to buy a home without getting hassled. For years, their private personal information has been bought and sold in the open market, resulting in them getting innumerable phone calls and text messages. But with your signature today, we're going to put an end to that so that when Americans try to realize the American dream of owning a home, they're able to do so without being harassed.
Good job. Good. It's a great honor, John. Okay, there it is. And that's going to help a lot of the homeowners of our great country. John, want to hold that?
Sure.
Thank you, John, very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, Will, you go ahead.
And I'd like to leave you with this gift from a constituent back in Tennessee.
Oh, I could use that at night.
It's an American flag.
That's very nice. I like that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. That's very nice.
Next, we have a number of executive orders for your attention, sir.
Okay.
From 1789 until 1947, our nation won some of its greatest military victories under the direction of a Secretary of War operating within a Department of War. Today, with this executive order, you will authorize the current Secretary of Defense and the current Department of Defense to once again embrace this great lineage and once again be named the Secretary of War and the Department of War.
So this is something we thought long and hard about. We've been talking about it for months, Pete and I, and Dan. Dan came into the fold. By the way, a great general. He headed up the, I wouldn't call it an attack. I'd almost call that one maybe even more than an attack. What he did with Iran, you saw the success of that operation. It was perfect. In fact, this was sent to me by the great company that makes that particular B-2 bomber. And it was flawless. It was actually flawless. They flew for 37 hours back and forth, and there wasn't a bolt that was out of condition. There wasn't an engine failure. There was no problem. It was a perfect attack, and it knocked out any possible nuclear capability for Iran, which nobody wanted to see, and we weren't going to put up with. So great job, Dan. And we've been talking about this Department of War. So we won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything before that and in between. And then we decided to go woke, and we changed the name to Department of Defense. So we're going Department of War. And I'd like to ask our Secretary of War to say a few words. Pete Hegseth. I think it's a much more appropriate name, especially in light of where the world is right now. We have the strongest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world. We have the greatest manufacturers of equipment by far. There's nobody to even compete. And you see that with this and so many other things. The Patriots are the best. Every element of the military, we make the best by far. So, Pete, I'd like to ask you and maybe Dan Raisin-Cane to say a few words, please.
Mr. President, thank you. After winning a war for independence in 1789, George Washington established the War Department, and Henry Knox was his first Secretary of War. And this country won every major war after that, to include World War I and World War II. Total victory, Mr. President, as you said. Then 150 years after that, we changed the name after World War II from the Department of War to the Department of Defense in 1947. And as you pointed out, Mr. President, we haven't won a major war since, and that's not to disparage our warfighters, whether it's the Korean War or the Vietnam War or our generation of Iraq and Afghanistan. That's to recognize that this name change is not just about renaming, it's about restoring. Words matter. It's restoring, as you've guided us to, Mr. President, restoring the warrior ethos, restoring victory and clarity as an end state, restoring intentionality to the use of force. So at your direction, Mr. President, the War Department is going to fight decisively, not endless conflicts. It's going to fight to win, not to lose. We're going to go on offense, not just on defense. Maximum lethality, not tepid legality. Violent effect, not politically correct. We're going to raise up warriors, not just defenders. So this War Department, Mr. President, just like America, is back. Thank you for your leadership and your clarity. We're going to set the tone for this country. America first, peace through strength, brought to you by the War Department. We're back.
Thank you very much. Very well stated. And really it has to do with winning. We should have won every war. We could have won every war, but we really chose to be very politically correct or wokey. And we just fight forever. And then we'd, win. We wouldn't lose, really. We just fight to sort of tie. We never wanted to win. Wars that every one of them we would have won easily with just a couple of little changes or a couple of little edicts. I was told that ISIS would take 5 years to win. And Dan Kane, when I told him how long would it take, he said, I think about 4 weeks, sir. I said, what do you mean 4 weeks? I was told 5 years by the people in Washington. You know who they were? 5 years. I said, you can't do it in 4 weeks. I actually flew to Iraq to meet with him, and I met him at a big air base. And remember that famous day, right? It turned out to be a famous day for our country because you're now the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, which is the biggest deal. And he is because he did things that everybody said couldn't do. So they said it was going to be 5 years, and he knocked them out in about 4 weeks total, 100%. We took over, and ISIS was gone, and pretty amazing. But we never fought to win, and now if we have to fight it all, we solved 7 wars. We have the one that I thought was going to be probably one of the easier ones, and that's with President Putin and Ukraine. And that turned out to be one that's a little bit more difficult, but the 7 are done. They were supposed to be much more difficult to solve. I solved every one of them, and we're going to get the other one done too. But it turned out to be a little bit more difficult than I thought. And it'll get done or they'll be held to pay. But because they're losing 6 to 7, it used to be 5. I used to tell you 5. Now it's almost 7. I guess 7,000 people last week. 7,813 people, young soldiers died. Russian and Ukrainian, not American soldiers. But it's a shame. It's just, they're human lives, and I want to see it stop. But General Kane's done a fantastic job. And again, defeated ISIS, which they said would take a long time. And it didn't take a long time at all, and did other things that people said really couldn't happen. We have the greatest equipment in the world. We have the greatest soldiers in the world. Dan, say a few words, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. It's a true honor for me today to represent the incredible men and women of America's joint force. Today and every day, the 2.8 million service men and women stand ready to fulfill our sacred duty to protect America at home and abroad. As the President said, America's military is the single most powerful fighting force in the world. The mission you and the Secretary have given us is clear and unambiguous to deliver peace through overwhelming strength. And I remind everyone that the U.S. military can reach any adversary at the time and place of our choosing. Service to this nation is an incredible gift, and we're grateful and honored every day to do so. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you, and it's an honor to sign this. And we will do that right now. I think that's a big one, I'll be honest. That's a big one.
It's a big one, Mr. President.
Do you have any questions on this subject? We're going to be discussing the G-20 in a couple of minutes, but yes, please. No, right there.
What gave you the idea for this rebrand? And a question for you, the newly minted Secretary of War. What message does this send to our enemies, to our allies, to the American people? And again, what gave you the idea for this rebrand at this moment?
I think it sends a message of victory. I think it sends really a message of strength. We're very strong. We're much stronger than anyone would really understand. And again, having the great equipment, we have just so much better. You look at all of the, just any of it, submarines as an example. We're 20 years ahead of anyone else. Nobody even compares. And I
let a lot of this happen in my first term. You know, we totally rebuilt our military. And then, of course, you had that catastrophe in Afghanistan where they gave up a lot of the equipment, but a relatively small amount, but a lot. It was a lot in Afghanistan. I think it was the most, General, I'd say it was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, the way that happened, the way they went to the wrong airport. They should have gone to Bagram, not the local little airport with no security, with tight quarters, etc. You know what happened. I think it was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, frankly. That was under the Biden administration. That was terrible. And we were going to be leaving, but we were leaving with strength and dignity. We were going to keep Bagram because Bagram's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. We're going to have that all to ourselves, a big, beautiful place built many years ago from money that today would be the equivalent of, you know, many, many billions of dollars. You couldn't build it. The longest runways, the most powerful runways in terms of load capacity. And we just walked away from it. So stupid. And they were fools. The people were fools. No, we have the strongest military, and I think that indicates we have the strongest military. And, you know, we had it, and we won World War I, we won World War II, we won everything before, and as I said, we won everything in between. And we were very strong, but we never fought to win. We just didn't fight to win. We didn't lose anything, but we didn't fight to win. We could have won every one of those wars quickly, but they went a route that I think was probably politically correct, but not correct for our nation. So I think the Department of War sends a signal. Yeah, please.
Mr. You alluded to this a little while ago, but you said that this rename is a good reflection of where the world is at right now. How do you square naming it the Department of War when you've been pursuing peace in so many different parts of the world?
Well, I think I've gotten peace because of the fact that we're strong. If we weren't strong, those 7 deals I told you about, the 7 wars, a majority of them wouldn't have happened. They happened for 2 reasons, trade and our strength. Those are the 2 reasons. And probably strength may be more important than trade. So if I was very proud of all those wars. Those were wars that could not be settled, and I settled all of them. And we'll get the other one settled also. That'll get settled. But without the strength, we wouldn't have settled any of them. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, is it your expectation that Congress will codify this name change in the law?
I don't know, but we're going to find out. But I'm not sure they have to. We're signing an executive order today, but we're going to find out. We're going to see. If they do, we're going with it, and we're going with it very strongly. There's a question as to whether or not they have to, but we'll put it before Congress.
Do you know how much this rebrand will actually cost? And are there any concerns about, you know, the Pentagon's mission of actually cutting back on spending?
Yeah, but not a lot. You know, we know how to rebrand without having to go crazy. We don't have to recarve a mountain or anything. We're going to be doing it not in the most expensive. We're going to start changing the stationery as it comes due and lots of things like that. We're not going to be doing things like have been done in the past when they changed the name of forts that shouldn't have been changed. Those names of the forts should not have been changed, at least for the most part. And as you know, many of them have been changed back already. At the request of the communities, every one of those communities said, we want our name back, like Fort Bragg as an example. The people in that community wanted that name back. They refused to call it anything else but Fort Bragg. So we're not going to be spending very much money on that. Yes,
sir. When you spoke with the Europeans and Zelensky earlier this week, did you preview this for them, and did you say what security guarantees they might be involved in?
This is nothing to do with anybody but the United States of America, the people of America. This is who I talked to about changing a name. This is a very important change because it's an attitude, and we know how to win. We've been winning, and we're going to win like you've never seen. Wait till these factories start to open up that are being built all over the country. You're going to see things happen in this country that nobody expects. We have over $17 trillion in investment coming into the country. We never did anything even remotely close to that. No other country has either, by the way. So you're going to see things that are pretty amazing. But it's really about winning.
And what about the security guarantees aspect of that with Ukraine, sir?
Well, we'll work that out. We'll help them. Look, we want to save a lot of lives, so we'll do something with that. I think people expect that. We'll help them. Europe will be first in by far, and they want to be first, and they want to see it end. Europe wants to see it end, and it'll end. It'll end all of a sudden. It's going to come together. You watch. Yeah, did you want something? Right here. Yeah, behind you, please. Yes.
Yes, sir. You haven't been shy about taking bold, decisive, offensive action to protect American values. Strikes in Iran, the strikes this past Tuesday on the positively ID'd Tren de Aragua narco-terrorists. Is that going to be a critical function of the Department of War moving forward?
It depends on the individual instance, you know. We don't want drugs coming in from Venezuela or anybody else or any place else, and we'll be tough on that. We don't want human trafficking. We don't want to see people coming in where they open their prisons from all over the world and they dump their prisoners into our country, which is what they did in the Biden administration, where they took insane asylums and places that held people that were seriously mentally ill, mentally incompetent, mentally dangerous, and they dumped those people into our country, and we're trying to get them out now. What they've done, what the Democrats and Biden have done to this country will go down in infamy. What they have done to our country, and especially that, you know, they created the worst inflation we've ever had. That's nothing compared to what they did with the people in our country right now. And we're getting them out, and it's not easy when you have the liberal judges destroying our country. But we've won them all. We've won it all, ultimately won it all. Hard process. It should be easier. We know who it is. We know exactly who we're looking for. We had 11,000 murderers dropped into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. Or in some cases, they're so dangerous, we were afraid to get them out because they'd come back in. But for the last 120 days, 0 people came in. Can you imagine? This is me speaking, but these are figures developed by, they say, a pretty liberal group of people. They admit that 0 people came into our country. Think of that. A year ago, it was millions of people were coming in. Millions. They were coming in. You could look at them and you could say, big trouble. And that's what we have in our country. But we're getting them out, and despite that, we're doing really well. Yeah, please, Brian.
Comment on the recruitment levels across the
yeah. Well, the recruitment's the most exciting thing. So when I was campaigning for the office, numbers were coming out that the recruitment numbers, generally, you can speak to it better than anybody, the recruitment into the military, all branches of the military, and police and firemen and everything else. Anything having to do with like a public service, the numbers were horrible, record-setting bad. And now they're record-setting good. We're setting every record every month for recruitment. We're packed in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard. My beautiful I love Space Command. I see Space Command, but Space Force has been, we've got a waiting list of people wanting to go in. A year ago, especially a year and a half ago, you know, when I took the lead in the polls, which was very early, it really helped with the recruiting. And when I won from November 5th on, it's been amazing. And over the last 4 or 5 months, we're just packed. It was very hard to get police officers. Now the departments are loaded up. Everyone wants to be a policeman or woman. So it's been a great thing. General, do you want to talk about that?
Sure. As you said, serving our nation is an incredible gift that we give, and the reward on that gift pays back exponentially year over year. And I think the young people of America are seeing the importance of service, and whether it's in any of our armed services or in local police, fire, or rescue, service is an important thing that I personally encourage, and I know everyone else in government service sees that same reward.
And Peter, on recruitment? What do you think?
I was down at Fort Benning, the newly properly renamed Fort Benning, yesterday, watching Army basic training, and they're so full they can't barely handle the throughput. It is truly historic across all the services, as you said. It's been a surge into I was going to say the Defense Department, but I would say the War Department. And that you might almost call it a vibe shift, an attitude shift, a feeling that the country is back, that service is back. And there were military families last year, Mr. President, that said, I don't know if I can recommend, I wrote a book on this. I don't know if I can recommend service to my son or daughter, given what's been done to our military. You heard it over and over and over again. And I hear from those same military families right now, sir, and they're saying, I recommend to my kids that they go into this department, this Pentagon, under this commander-in-chief, who they know you'll have their back and they want to serve. So it is historic, and it's the biggest reflection of how motivated Americans are by your leadership, sir.
You know, it's nothing more than spirit, love for the country. I guess the esprit de corps, as they say, you have more of that than we've had maybe ever, frankly. But to see a turn over a period of less than a year, I would say, but to see a turn, nobody wanted to go into the military. Now everybody wants to go into the military. Jennifer, you wanted?
Yeah, there's some new reporting on North Korea and this Navy SEAL incident in 2019. Can you say if the administration has engaged with North Korea on that incident since it happened recently?
Yeah.
And then can you share some recollections?
I don't know anything about it, no. I could look, but I know nothing about it.
Can you confirm that it happened?
I don't know anything about it. I'm hearing it now for the first time.
Okay, great. And then on the Hyundai incident in Georgia with the arrest of some workers, construction workers at the plant, have you heard any feedback from Hyundai?
I just heard about that a little while before the news conference, and I would say that they were illegal aliens, and ICE was just doing its job. But I know nothing about the instance. It happened a little while ago. Okay?
There has been some pushback on that, though, from South Korea already, and of course, they pledged to invest $150 billion in the U.S. and they were just here, last week. Are you concerned?
Well, and they have the right to sell cars and things in our country. It's not like a one-sided deal.
Are you concerned at all about, your immigration agenda potentially clashing with these economic goals?
Well, we want to get along with other countries, and we want to have a great, stable workforce. And we had, as I understand it, a lot of illegal aliens, some not the best of people, but we had a lot of illegal aliens working there. So, look, they're doing their job. That's what they have to do. These are people that came through with Biden. They came through illegally. They came into our country. So we have to do our job.
Mr. President, the now Department of War has been involved in the crime cleanup in D.C. You've tasked Congress with proposing and passing a crime bill. What are some things that you would really like to see codified in that crime bill?
Well, I think one of the things is the cashless bail. It's killing it. When that came out, the first time, that's when you saw the real big crime start to happen. Cashless bail, what a disaster that is. You murder somebody, you don't have to put up bail, and you go out in the street and you murder somebody else. That's what's happened. It happens so often. And that's one of the things. And other of the things you're reading about, it's a standard, but just a certain toughness. I have to say, one of the elements of fascination for people over the last period of time has been what's happened to D.C. So we've gone from one of the most dangerous cities in our country to what they call a safe city. It's a totally safe city. In fact, I set up dinner in Washington, D.C. next week. I wouldn't have done that, to be honest. I would have had an obligation not to do it before I came into office, or even at the very beginning when things were so corrupt and so dangerous out on the streets. So Washington, D.C. has had virtually no crime. We even have a mayor that's admitting to it, and she's a, liberal Democrat, in all fairness. She's a person that hasn't gotten exactly along with Republicans over the years. And she said she's never seen anything like it. So Washington, D.C. is a totally safe city. We have virtually no crime. It's gone from the most unsafe city in the United States, almost, just about, to one of the safest cities, maybe the safest city in the United States. That's a tremendous compliment to our military, what we did. The National Guard's done a fantastic job. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can I ask about Florida real quick? Florida House Speaker Daniel Perez was at the White House yesterday as part of a leadership summit.
Yes.
And we understand you met with him separately. Mr. President, what did you talk about? And also, did you explore him running for Florida Attorney General?
I didn't. We didn't talk about that, but he's done a fantastic job. He's respected all over the country, really. He's a leader, and he's done just a fantastic job. We didn't discuss anything having to do with his future. I'm sure he'd be very good at that.
My second question, Alligator Alcatraz, sticking with Florida, a major ruling appeals court blocked a federal judge's order to close it, and it can remain open for now. Your reaction?
I think they've done a fantastic job in building it, the governor and everybody else that's been involved. It's an incredible facility. It's housing people for usually a very short period of time before they get brought back to their countries. As you know, we focus on criminals before we focus on anybody else, and we're taking thousands and thousands of criminals out every month out of our country, some of them murderers. And I think Florida's done a great job by building it. And whether it's Alligator, Alcatraz, or anything else you want to call it, I was there. I visited with the governor, with other people. I guess Nikki was there. Tom Homan's been there a lot. A lot of people have been there from. It's an amazing facility for what it is. It's not a hotel. It's not supposed to be a hotel, but they've done a great job with it. And I'm very happy with the judge's decision.
You also mentioned Venezuela. I want to ask one more follow-up question on that. On the U.S. strike and a vote tied to the Venezuelan drug cartel, the Maduro regime is pushing back today. In fact, they say the U.S. sees regime change through military threat. Your reaction to those words, and also, would you like to see regime change in Venezuela?
Well, we're not talking about that, but we are talking about the fact that you had an election which was a very strange election, to put it mildly. I'm being very nice when I say that. I can only say that billions of dollars of drugs are pouring into our country from Venezuela. The prisons of Venezuela have been opened up to our country. They've taken their prisoners, the worst prisoners, murderers, Tren de Aragua. The worst prisoners that you can ever imagine are now happily living in the United States of America. Now, many of them we've gotten out. It's not easy to get them out because of the liberal system that we're working with in many cases, not in all cases. But millions and millions of dollars and billions of dollars of drugs are pouring out of Venezuela and other countries. Look, China, what they're doing with fentanyl is a terrible thing. It comes through Canada and it comes through Mexico, but a lot of it's coming through Venezuela. Venezuela's been a very bad actor, and we understand that. And when you look at that boat, you see the bags of whatever it is there. Those bags you know what those bags represent? Hundreds of thousands of dead people in the United States. That's what they represent. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, your reaction to the jobs report this morning?
Well, I'm going to talk about that in a minute. We have our great people here, so I'll talk that in a minute. Let's talk about this. We'll give a couple of because these two people want to get to work on the Department of War, so let's keep them first.
Mr. President, the DOJ is reportedly considering a ban on transgender people owning guns after the Minneapolis shooting. Do you think?
Are we talking in the military?
In general.
Okay, I thought you were talking about in the military. I'll refer to that then differently. Because it's not a military question, I'll be able to pass on that very nicely unless you'd like to talk about it. No, Pete doesn't want any part of that question. Yes, please.
Mr. President, who do you blame for losing India to China? In your post earlier today in the morning, you did put that out.
I don't think we have. I've been very disappointed that India would be buying so much oil, as you know, from Russia. And I let them know that. We put a very big tariff on India, 50% tariff, very high tariff. I get along very well with Modi, as you know. He's great. He was here a couple of months ago. In fact, we went to the Rose Garden, and the grass was so soaking wet. It was such a terrible place to have a news conference. I said, well, let's use a beautiful white stone emblematic of the White House, okay? And it's been very well received. But we had a news conference on the grass. That was my last news conference I had on the grass because everybody sunk in. You probably sunk in. Every reporter out there, they ruined their shoes. We made that change. It's been a really well-received change. Yeah, please, go ahead.
On Venezuela, you've sent F-35s down to Puerto Rico. You've sent naval vessels into the Caribbean. You're concerned about drugs being illegally sent into the
Yeah.
How do you describe this buildup, this situation?
Well, I just think it's strong. We're strong on drugs. We don't want drugs killing our people. I believe we lost 300,000. You know, they always say 95, 100,000. I believe they've been saying that for 20 years. I believe we lost 300,000 people last year. I know families that lost their son. Those families will never be the same. I know a family lost a daughter, a beautiful daughter. In fact, it was like she took something that she thought was like a minor deal, and it turned out to be riddled out with fentanyl, the size of the head of a pin, and you're dead. And no, we're stopping the drugs. We're going to save a lot of people. Look, whether it's 100,000, but it's not. It's 350,000 people died last year from drugs. And we're not going to let that happen to this country. Think of that. Think if you're in a war and you lose 300,000. We'll lose 600,000 in the pretty much between Gettysburg and all of that, the Civil War. We lost, 600,000. So we're losing half of that every year to drugs. We're not going to do it. We're not going to allow it to happen. You think of the wars. If we lost 600,000 people in a war, but we lose that every 2 years, more than that. So it's 300 to 350,000 people. And when I see boats coming in, like loaded up the other day with all sorts of drugs, probably fentanyl mostly, but all sorts of drugs, and we're going to take them out. And if people want to have fun going on the high seas or the low seas, they're going to be in trouble. I will tell you, boat traffic is substantially down in the area that happened. And they called it the runway. It's a runway to the United States. And boat traffic is very substantially down on the runway. You can imagine why. I think anybody that saw that is going to say, I'll take a pass. I don't even know about fishermen. They may say, I'm not getting on the boat. I'm not going to take a chance.
What happens if Venezuela flies jets over U.S. naval vessels again?
Well, I would say they're going to be in trouble. We'll let them know about that. We heard that happen, but it wasn't really over, not like they described. But I would say, General, if they do that, you have a choice of doing anything you want, okay? If they fly in a dangerous position, I would say that you can, you or your captains can make the decision as to what they want to do, all right? Sure.
Sir, how close did they get? We have one more. You said they didn't go over.
Say it?
How close did they get? You said the planes did not
Well, I don't
go
want to
over.
talk about that, but if they do put us in a dangerous position, they'll be shut down. Thank you very much, everybody. So we're going to now cover the G20, and I'm going to let these people go back to the Department of War and figure out how to maintain peace. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Congratulations, General. Thank you very much. Great job.
Sir, just before G20, we do have one more EO
Okay.
for you today. And I should also say that the Department of War EO that you signed was actually your 200th EO since you came back into office on January 20th. That's more than Joe Biden did in his entire term in office, more than Obama did in either of his 2 terms in office. So it's a momentous accomplishment, and congratulations,
That's
sir.
good, but Biden never signed one.
No, yeah, you've done every one up in here.
They've been signed by the auto pen, right, didn't he? So we really beat him by much more than you think.
The 201st executive order, sir, this relates to hostages and wrongfully detained Americans. This provides a new legal mechanism to declare foreign countries to be countries that engage in those sorts of practices and gives your administration powerful tools to get American hostages out. This has been a focus of your administration this time around. Adam Bowler's here, and he's done incredible work already. This will give him even more.
I think it's great, and Adam's
tools.
amazing. So, Adam, do you want to describe how many hostages we've gotten out together, you and I, and you and a couple of other people that we know, and me and a couple of other people that you don't know, but we've gotten a lot of hostages. Do you want to describe it?
Mr. President, you brought back 72 hostages since your term. If we compare that to President Biden, he has gotten 20 taken. So he is negative
20 taken.
20 taken.
They don't take our people so often.
So, Mr. President,
That's great.
when we spoke, you said that that was a primary focus, and I'll tell you the job is easy because of you.
And we paid nothing, too.
We pay nothing.
They
We don't
pay
exchange.
$6 billion. They always paid $6 billion for 5 people. $6 billion. It was just a number I kept hearing. Not only that, $6 billion plus we'd get like 1 person, and they'd get 6. They got one, the Prince of Doom, they call him. He was the #1 arms merchant anywhere in the world ever. And they got him out. And on top of that, we paid money. So, no, we don't do that. You know, once you pay money, then a lot of people start disappearing. They start grabbing reporters, too. They think the reporter is going to get a lot of money. And to me, they would. You'll be well taken care of. I better stress that, because otherwise we have headlines. He said this or he said that. No, I'm not smiling about it. But they would. They'd be grabbing reporters. They'd be grabbing everybody. And especially when you pay the kind of money that Biden and Obama, they used to pay money that was crazy. We don't pay. And if you don't pay, they find it to be not a lucrative business anymore. That's fantastic. Would you like to say something?
It's really Spiha, Special Envoy Bowler, it's Rick Grinnell, it's Steve Witkoff, who brought Americans home. But with this EO you are signing today, you are drawing a line in the sand that U.S. citizens will not be used as bargaining chips, and it provides your Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, the same tool set to punish states who take our citizens wrongfully the same way that we can punish those who sponsor terrorists. This is a very significant EO you are signing today, sir.
Thank you, Sebastian. Very good. You're doing a great job, too.
And this is your Director for Hostage Affairs at the NSC.
Yes, and I hear.
So Julia was seminal as well to all of this.
I heard you're doing unbelievable. Would you like to say something?
Absolutely. It's a outstanding EO, absolutely unprecedented action against those foreign adversaries who would take our people. They now know they are on notice, and it's not acceptable. And if you take our people now, you will pay.
You know, Adam gave up a job where he was making tremendous amounts of money, big stuff, top of the line Wall Street. And he wanted to do this. He wanted to do hostages. I offered him other jobs, too, very big jobs. He said, I was shocked, actually. He didn't want them. He wanted to do hostage negotiation. And pretty amazing. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you all. Do you have any questions for them on this very important subject?
I think it shows a lot of your leadership as far as fighting for Americans and fighting for Cubans. And to think that, Joe Biden went in negative territory.
Oh, he went way negative.
Way negative, and you're actually making progress on this. I think this does send a message to the world that we don't negotiate, we're going to stay strong in that type of what they call business.
Well, one little anecdote that may be of interest. We were told by numerous families who had missing loved ones during the Biden administration that this building, Biden's National Security Council, told those families not to talk about their missing loved ones, to be quiet, not to create any pressure on Biden and on Jake Sullivan, the key propagator of the Russia hoax. This administration has met with those families on a weekly basis.
Right.
People like Adam, yourself, sir, your envoys are doing everything to get every single American home. Not to tell them not to talk about their loved ones, but bring them home.
Well, I can tell you one story that was amazing. A few weeks ago, very little written about it, but there should have been. But it was a very nice gesture. The head of Belarus, who's a very respected man, strong person, strong leader, he released 16 hostages. John Cole, a lawyer who works for me, great lawyer actually, one of the greatest lawyers. But John Cole was over there, and he heard that they had hostages. And you know about this. 16 people he released. And I just want to thank the head of Belarus. But while John was over there, they had, I believe, another 1,400 hostages. Now, not from us, from places all over the world. And just pretty tough place, in all fairness. But they had 1,400. And I believe they're going to be releasing a lot of those 1,400. They're not... I think very few, if any. We got pretty much ours back, and we didn't pay anything. But I very much gave my respects to the leader of the country. Was again, he's a very strong man, but he's got 1,400 or 1,500 or a large number, and we're talking about releasing them. Some are political, I guess. A lot of them are political. And looks like they're going to be released at some point in the pretty near future. So it's a great thing. They have to respect your country. If they respect you and they respect your country, they release it. If they don't, then you have to pay $6 billion. I mean, $6 billion. Can you imagine that, paying $6 billion?
Kind of related, but not really. But could you comment on Tina Peters, who's been locked up behind bars from Colorado within the election? I think you put out a truth a couple days ago about it.
We have a wonderful woman who was an election official, and she saw cheating in Colorado, and she viewed it as horrible. And she said, what's going on here? And she went to the machine, and she tried to open to find out whether or not it was cheating. And they went to her, and they said, did you touch this machine? Yes. And they arrested her. They arrested her instead of the people that did the cheating. It's a state charge, so it's hard to do anything with. But we're going to We're going to do something, what they did in Colorado. Look, Colorado just went to all mail-in voting. That means they cheat. That's why they lost, that's one of the reasons, but that's a big reason why they just lost the whole Space Command situation that is going to Alabama. But when you have mail-in voting, you have nothing but cheating. But this woman is a real patriot, and they put her in jail for a long time. She's 72 years old, 73 years old, and she wanted to find out. She didn't do anything. She touched the machine. She looked at the machine. She's trying to find out what was going on. And they went and arrested her for doing that. And it was supposed to be the other way around. I'm glad you brought that up. They should let her go. Let her out. Thank you. Yeah, please.
This isn't really a subject that gets talked a lot about, Mr. President, but what about your team's strategy has made them so effective at getting a record amount of these hostages, many of whom have been forgotten about home?
I think they respect us. I think they respect us. They know we're not going to pay. Adam is a great negotiator. Steve Witkoff is a great negotiator. Seb is a great negotiator. They're all smart people. They're a little bit natural negotiators. Some people aren't good negotiators. Nothing you can do about it.
And they're afraid of you, sir.
Yeah, well, maybe. I don't know. I hope so, or whatever.
We have the best.
I'd like to say respect, but, whatever it takes.
Yeah.
I actually say whatever it takes. But we've gotten a lot of people out, and we'll continue. We don't have too many in. How many are you working on right now?
There's not a lot left.
Yeah, we got most of our people out. We got them mostly back.
Mr. President, do you have an update on the negotiations to release the rest of the hostages in Gaza?
We're in very deep negotiation with Hamas. We said, let them all out right now, let them all out, and much better things will happen for them. But if you don't let them all out, it's going to be a tough situation. It's going to be nasty. That's my opinion. Israel's choice, but that's my opinion. They got to let them out. You got 20 plus, you have about 38 dead people, young, beautiful, dead people. And I'll tell you, the parents want them every bit as much, almost more, than as if their son or daughter were alive. But you have many dead people that are coming out as part of the deal. It's 20 people, but I think of the 20, there could be some that have recently died, is what I'm hearing. I hope that's wrong. But you have over 30 bodies in this negotiation. Can you believe? I mean, we negotiate for people that are living here. We know that at least 30 people are dead, and we're negotiating to get them out. The parents want them back so badly, as if they were alive. Every bit as much. It's really pretty amazing. It's very sad. I'm in the middle of it. And I put out the other day, I said, we want all 20. We don't want two. I was the one with myself and my people, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner was great on this. But they got a lot of people out. We got almost all of them out. They're down to 20. But, Adam, we got like a tremendous number out. But I always said when you get down to the final 10 or 20, you're not going to get them out unless you're going to do a lot. And doing a lot means capitulation. That's no good either. It's a very tough situation. But I put out the other day, let them all out. Every single one. No more twos and ones. We'll give you one this week, and in 2 months we'll give you two more. And there's negotiation going on right now. Okay.
And real quick, what is the biggest challenge negotiating with Hamas right now? 10 to 20, what do they want to let them free?
Well, they're asking for some things that are fine. Look, you have to understand, you have to remember October 7th. People forget October 7th. It's not an easy thing to forget, right? But people forget, or they maybe purposely forget October 7th. So, you have to put that into the equation very strongly. It's amazing. Some people even deny it. They deny it. They're crazy. But I've seen tape that's as violent as anything that you can imagine. Many of you have seen those same tapes. So you have to put that into the equation, too. So it's not an easy situation. It's a tough one. But there are 20 people, maybe a little less, but there are 20 people that we want out. We want the bodies of these parents. They are, I've never seen anything like it. The level of love that they have, they want their children back. And, you know, I see demonstrations, big demonstrations in Israel about the hostages, not about the war, about the hostages, which puts Israel in a tough position because, you know, it's tough to prosecute a war when you have people they want the 20 people back. They just want them back very badly and everything that goes with it. So it's very sad. Thank you very much. We're going to talk now about the G20. I figured we could wrap 2 or 3 up. The last time I took a day off, everybody said bad things happened to me. You know that, Seb? I took 1 day off. I didn't take it off. I was working. In fact, I was here. But I didn't do a news conference, and they said bad things happened to the president.
That's why they're fake news, Mr. President.
It's fake news. You know, if you look, Biden, he had a press conference. He missed it for about a year, right? About a year. And I never saw any stories like that about him. He didn't have, and when he had one, they'd ask him, what flavor ice cream do you like? He'd say vanilla. How many times have they asked him that question? What's your favorite ice cream, sir? Vanilla. Okay, that's enough. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to go through this, but we all have a good time. I only do it for one reason. I think it's good for the country. And we are very transparent. There's never been transparency like we have. There's nothing to hide. So thank you very much on this, Will. Great job. Appreciate it. So we're going to talk about Florida, the great state of Florida now, because it's going to be a very exciting thing to host the G20. And as we celebrate our nation's 250th anniversary next year, the United States will have the honor of hosting exactly that, the G20 summit right here in America for the first time in nearly 20 years. This afternoon, I'm thrilled to announce that the 2026 G20 conference, which will be, I could read off the countries that we're talking about, but you know who they are, I think. Does anybody want me to list them specifically? Jennifer, you're okay? Okay, but will be held in one of our country's greatest cities, beautiful Miami, Florida, where we have the mayor with us, Mayor Suarez. And I want to thank Francis for being here. I thought he might be in this office. You know, he almost got there. There's a couple of votes. Right? A couple of votes. It's not as easy as they think. Right? It's not that easy. But he's an amazing guy, very popular in Florida. The agenda for next year's summit is being organized by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who is right here. Hi, Scott. I saw him standing over there, nice, tall, good-looking guy, but he moved very quickly. Carolyn, you did a good job. Does Caroline do a good job, would you say? Is she a star? How do you compare her with the last administration's person? No? You don't want to get into that. Yeah, I think we're very happy with Caroline. But Scott Bessent is talking about a good job. He's done a fantastic job, and we're very proud of him. He's very much involved with the G20. And the NEC director, Kevin Hassett, who's truly a talented guy. And he's certainly being thought of to go to a different position, and we'll find out about that pretty soon. I don't know. Would you like to be there? I won't ask you that. I think, who wouldn't want it? I think it's the greatest position in the world. You know, you come out, you make a speech, and then you go away for 30 days or 40 days, and you come out, make another speech. The market goes up or down depending on what you want to say. I've never seen an easier position than that. Unfortunately, you need good instincts, so we have somebody in there now that doesn't have them. We call them too late. But it will focus on unleashing economic prosperity by eliminating the burdensome regulations, unlocking affordable energy, and pioneering new technologies. And it's going to be very important. The United States is already leading by example, and America is the hottest country anywhere on earth. We have more being built under construction now than they think anybody that they've ever seen. I mean, literally, some of these places are just really unbelievable what they're building, the size. You know, if you spend $50 million on a shopping center someplace, it's a big building, pretty big building. But when you spend $50 billion on essentially a building, they have buildings going up for $50 billion. They're going to be building their own electricity. And many of them have been given permits already to go, and they're starting construction. Some have started construction quite a while ago, and very early in the administration. We let them do that. You know, we have a grid that's obviously an old grid. It's been around for a long time. could never handle the kind of numbers that you're talking about in terms of electricity, and we're letting them build their own plants. They build their own plants with their structures. So they build their structure, they build their buildings, and they build an electric producing plant with it, like Con Edison in New York that I grew up with, and like others that make electricity. They make it for New York. These plants will make it for their building, for AI. Then you have a lot of the car plants going up. Most of them won't need that kind of electricity, but they have the right to do that also. So we're allowing companies to build electric plants. They become, essentially, Scott, I guess they become utilities, right? If you think about it. And it's very exciting. We're going to end up with more electricity than China, and it's going to be built at no cost to us. And I'm telling them, build more than you need, and you'll sell it back into the grid. So they'll be able to sell it back into the grid on top of everything else at no cost to the American taxpayer. It's very exciting. And frankly, if we didn't do that, we wouldn't be leading with AI. We wouldn't be probably even doing any AI. It would be 20 years to get an approval. So they're building massive amounts of electricity as we speak. We've eliminated $5 trillion worth of federal regulations, another big thing since I took office. And if you remember the first term, we took out more regulation than any other president in history times. You could add the top 4, and they wouldn't come anywhere close to what we were. That's one of the reasons we had such the most successful 4 years of any president economically. And this is blowing it away. I think this will blow it away. When these plants start to even getting close to opening, I think you're going to see numbers that we've not seen before. And we've increased oil production by more than 300 barrels a day. That's a lot. Blue-collar wages are rising at the fastest rate in 60 years, and trillions of dollars of investment is pouring into the USA. It's going to be over $17 trillion very shortly, and nobody ever thought a thing like that was possible. What made it possible were, number one, they were happy with November 5th. They were happy with the election. And number two, the tariffs are bringing countries in. I mean, it's so vital to our country. It's before the courts now, and I hope we're going to do very well. We had 4 great opinions just come out, as you know, from judges. In a couple of cases, there were Obama-appointed judges that felt they had to do what was right for the country. So I respect that greatly. I respect them for doing it. But we have very strong opinions, and it'll end up going to the Supreme Court. And it's just vital for the country, vital, absolutely. We're at a level that we've never thought we'd be at, and it's because of the tariffs. Countries are pouring into our country because of you avoid tariffs if you build here. If you don't build here, you pay a lot of money. But if you build here, so what people are doing is they're coming in, they're building here. No different than what other countries have done to us. But we have a big advantage over other countries. We have a market that we built up during our 4 years that was amazing. We took a commanding lead during that 4-year period. So it's a very exciting thing, but I look forward to showing our incredible success to the world when we visit Miami next year. And I'd like to ask Mayor Suarez, truly a highly respected gentleman who's loved in his city, and we're gonna do a great job. We're gonna work together and do a fantastic job. Mayor, would you say a few words, please?
Of course. Thank you, Mr. President. It's a tremendous honor to be with you here today in the Oval Office to make this historic announcement, just looking at the sign, which is so beautiful.
Good job.
Yeah, it's a great job. As you know, Mr. President, you were elected by double digits. You were the first Republican president over 30 years to win Miami-Dade County. And you did it because you followed through on your promises. And in Miami, what we're doing is we are following through on those promises as well. We've kept taxes low. We've kept people safe. We've leaned into innovation. We've grown 150% in the last 10 years. We've created one of the most intriguing ecosystems in the world. And this decision is not only generationally important for the city, but it puts the city on the map as one of the truly great global cities. So on behalf of all of the workers of Miami, those that work in the hospitality industry, I know you own many hospitality assets and properties, all of the small business owners who are going to benefit economically from having the G-20 in Miami.
Tremendous benefit. It's going to bring in millions and millions of dollars.
We just say thank you. We thank you for believing in us. We thank you for highlighting our city in a time when we have the lowest homeless rate in 11 years. We're on the precipice of having the lowest homicide rate in history, and with the lowest taxes. So we're following your America First agenda, and we're creating success in, Miami's the greatest city in the world. we believe.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll see you down there before then, but we'll see you down there. Scott, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, sir. So we're excited to have the G20, and what's important about the G20, President Trump's America First initiative does not mean America alone. It means America leads. So we will be holding the G20 in the capital of the world, Miami, next year to showcase the beginning of President Trump's second term. Will be a year and a half into it. We will have done peace deals, tax deals, trade deals. We've made the U.S. the best place to come, start a business, have tax certainty, energy certainty, and regulatory certainty. And it's going to be an exciting event. And the U.S., just as the President was saying earlier about the Defense Department of War, the U.S. is back on the international stage as a leader. We have whittled down the G20 back to basics. We are making it work for the American people better than ever. We have the G20 had become basically the G100 this past year. So it will be a concentrated group in Miami, seeing the best America has to offer with American leadership, thanks to President Trump.
Thank you very much. Great job, and a great job you're doing. Kevin, would you like to say a few words?
Mr. President, I think this G20 meeting, where the world leaders will come to the great city of Miami, is going to be viewed as one of the most important meetings in global history, because what's going to happen is the golden age is going to be documented so well in the data by next summer that you're going to have one of the best speeches written for you that you've ever seen, because we're just going to be talking about the accomplishments of the next year.
I think so. A lot of these plants are going to be open by then.
Yeah, exactly.
And a lot of jobs are coming in, like I think we've never seen before. It's going to be great. Monica, would you like to say something?
Thank you, Mr. President. We're so looking forward to having the United States of America host the G20 in Miami in December of next year. And we're also looking forward to having this as a showcase of American strength, vision, innovation, and power under your bold leadership, Mr. President. It is going to be the G20 in the Trumpian golden age.
Thank you very much. Any questions on the G20?
Could I just
G20.
You just said a moment ago that you were very complimentary of Kevin's work, and I was just wondering if he's your man for the Fed.
Of Kevin?
Yes.
Yeah, I am very complimentary. I think he's fantastic.
And for the Fed, he's your man.
I didn't say that. I said he's fantastic, but no. I sort of know who I'm going to pick, but no, I didn't say anybody in particular. But Kevin is certainly one of the three. They say four, but probably three. That he's a highly respected person. He's great. He's great. He believes in low interest rates, and we all do. But sometimes you have to raise them to stop inflation. We had the worst inflation, I guess, essentially that we've ever had in the Biden administration, and it really hurt people. You know, costs are way down. Our energy costs are way down. And, you know, when energy comes down, everything comes down. And we brought down the price of groceries and specifically the price of eggs. You remember that first week when you were screaming about eggs? I said, I know nothing about them. I just got here. That's Biden's problem. But we got the cost of eggs down to really low numbers. So we brought costs down for people. And, you know, it's something I said. And the Democrats have this false narrative. They say, oh, costs went up. They just say things that it's just like incredible. If you look at energy, I think you're going to be at $2 a gallon with cars very shortly. $2. It was $4, $5 under the Democrats. That's a huge, it's like a massive tax cut. And speaking of tax cuts, we gave you the largest tax cut in history in the bill that we just approved. The largest tax cut in history. And there'll be no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. One of the big things you get is you buy a car and you borrow money to buy the car, you're allowed to deduct your interest, which, Scott, has never happened before. You know, rich people like to talk about deductions. Middle income, they never gave them deductions. I got them one of the best deductions, an interest deduction. So it's great. Jennifer, please.
Yeah, a couple questions on the G20, sir. Is there any update on your plans to attend this year's G20? And then are you saying for next year?
I won't be going this year. It's in South Africa. I won't be going. JD will be going, great vice president, and he looks forward to it. But no, I won't be going to that.
And then on the guest for 2026, are you saying it'll just be exclusively the 19 countries, the 2 blocks? There won't be any?
No, we're going to invite other countries as observers. They call them observers, but they'll have something to say. But we're going to invite Poland. Already I've issued them an invitation. They're great. They were just here, as you know. Great leader, great new leader. One of the big surprises, I was so happy I endorsed him, actually, and he won. And he's going to be a great leader of Poland. But I've invited Poland already.
What about Russia? What about Russia?
Oh, that's interesting. I haven't thought of that. No, I haven't thought of that. That's an interesting question. I'm going to think about that for a little while.
Mr. President, you just mentioned that the tax cut bill. Why the rebrand from one big beautiful bill?
Oh, I just save words. I said the bill. It's one big. I actually call it the great. I actually call it the great big beautiful bill. But it's a lot of words.
Is that how you want Republicans to kind of talk about it? When
I don't. I just want them to say what's in it. It's an incredible bill for the middle class, for the working person. We are a party of the working. It used to be the opposite. The Democrats were for the working people, and the Republicans were supposedly for the rich. The Republican Party has taken in millions of people, and the Democrats have lost millions of people. They've gone crazy. Honestly, I think they're crazy. What's happened to them, I don't know. They suffer major Trump derangement syndrome, and it's turned out to be actually a disease, but it's a disease of weak people and stupid people, because all we do is we cut taxes, we create great policy. Their policy is so terrible. They refuse to acknowledge, as an example, I see today, it's a big debate again, the women, they don't want men playing in their sports. They don't want it. The Democrats want men to play in women's sports. I saw the great governor, we have Governor Youngkin, talking about it today, that the woman who's running against our Republican candidate, who's excellent, is like so much into the, men being able to use women's bathrooms. Okay, what's that all about? Men playing in women's sports, wants open borders. Again, they want actually, after what we've gone through with millions, I think 25 million people came in from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers, drug addicts. They're pouring into, they poured in, now we have none coming in. The border's been sealed for a long time, actually almost since I got into office. Remember when the Democrats said we need legislation? I didn't have any legislation. I said close the borders. And now the borders for the last 4 months, not one person has been allowed to come into this country illegally, not one. Done by people that would normally like to see you look bad. Those are the numbers. So it's been an amazing job. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, this is going to be a major event and a major meeting for South Florida, for you, for Mayor Suarez. I know this is not until next year in Miami, but do preparations begin today? And if so, what is being done?
They've already begun. We first have to deconflict our Basel with the dates, and so we have already started doing that. And so thanks to the president's team.
He started a long time ago, actually. If you knew him, he was working on this long before this press conference.
Yes, sir.
It's in good shape. It's going to be great.
Mr. President, we learned this morning that we've lost 78,000 manufacturing jobs this year. How do you explain it?
Well, one thing we have is, we have the interest rates are too high. That was, a matter of the Fed. But the other thing is, so many different elements aren't included yet. And one of the things we've learned, and we learned that the hard way, watching over the last few months, are the corrections that people have been making. They'll say you're losing jobs, and then they say, by the way, we have a correction a month later of, 100,000 jobs are missing. They actually had a correction once of 850,000 jobs. But I'll let Kevin just speak about that a little bit, because I heard him speaking about it this morning. I thought he did very well. Please.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, I think that if you look at the indicators, there's capital spending boom, industrial production at an all-time high. The Atlanta Fed says GDP now is north of 3%. And so all the indicators are saying that things are really strong. And what we've also seen is that Goldman Sachs put out a study yesterday that said that the August number tends to be really messed up because of seasonal adjustment things, and they tend to be revised way up. And so I think if they were revised up, which has happened on average over the last 15 years by about 60,000, then everything else would make sense. But right now we're puzzled about the BLS numbers and looking forward for new leadership there to make it so that the numbers are more reliable.
And again, we're building, they've started building all of these factories and plants, including car factories. Car factories are coming back. We lost more than 50% of our car production over the years. And I think we're going to get all of it back. It's coming back in really rapidly. Really, we're building a lot of car plants. Indiana, places that you don't think of it so much are taken, but also Detroit, lots of places it's coming in where I think we're going to get everything. You know, we've lost it over a period of 40 years, and I think we're going to get it all back in a very short period of time. And big ones, big plants, incredible plants that were never going to come back. Without the tariffs, they wouldn't have come back. And I think without the election on November 5th, they wouldn't come back either. The election was very important also. Yeah, please.
As we've been here, Mayor Adams of New York has announced that he's staying in the mayoral race there. Can you react to that, but also tell us?
No, I mean, he has to do what he wants to do. No, I mean, he's free to do what he wants. It would seem to me, and everybody in this room, including you, that the only way you're going to beat the communists, because you have a communist running, which is fine. I'll have to deal with a communist in New York City. I never thought that was going to happen. This is something I didn't think was going to happen, Scott. You're going to have to explain this one, because we're going to have a communist mayor. It would seem to me that if he stays in, if you have more than one candidate running against him, it can't be one. If you have one candidate, if he's the right candidate, I would say that Cuomo might have a chance of winning if it was a one-on-one. If it's not one-on-one, it's going to be a hard race. And we'll get used to a communist, and he's going to have to go through the White House and get approvals for everything. And we're going to make sure that New York is not hurt. We want to make sure that New York is cherished and taken care of. And so I didn't know he was running or not running.
But you didn't offer him an ambassador?
No, I didn't do that. No, I wouldn't do that. It's nothing wrong with doing it, but I didn't do that.
You asked for the G20. We understand that it'll be held at Doral.
Yes, it's going to be at Doral, yeah.
You considered that with the G7 last time. You decided against it. Why go forward with it now?
Well, I think that everybody wants it there because it's right next to the airport. It's the best location. It's beautiful everything. They actually requested that it be there because locationally it's the best. And we will not make any money on it. You know, we're doing a deal where it's not going to be money. There's no money in it. I just want it to go well. And it's going to be each country will have its own building. I think it'll be really a beautiful thing. And Doral's been very, very successful. One of the most successful properties in the country. And, you know, frankly, it's the problem is in December, that's the biggest month in Florida. So I'm, using it for, you can't get a room in Florida in December, January, et cetera, that area. And that's the time we're talking about. So from that standpoint, it's not good, but we want to make sure it's good. I think Doral would be the best location. And again, they'll have their own buildings. It'll be incredible for them. And being like 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes from the airport, and it's a big airport, international, all of the planes will be able to land, go right into their quarters. So I think it'll work out very well.
Earlier on your Fed answer, sir, you said that you're looking at maybe 3 candidates or 4.
3 candidates.
Should we interpret that you like Secretary Bessent in his current role?
Well, I like him too, but I had him as a 4th. I had 4. You were talking about 4. Now I'm talking about 3. He told me I'm not leaving. So he wants to be doing, and if he was leaving, he would certainly be one of the people I'd want. But I asked him specifically. I could ask him right now, would you rather stay where you are as Treasury, or would you rather go to the...
Sir, I'm the only person on the planet who does not want the job.
Okay. He really told me, he said, I love what I'm doing. I wouldn't want to really take him because he is doing a great job.
Are the top 3 still then Mr. Waller?
I am looking at Kevin also, and I'm looking at... I would say you could say those are the top 3. Good job. It's very good.
Just to clarify, so you're saying you believe Andrew Cuomo would be the best one-on-one candidate against him?
Well, I think if I'm only going by the polls. It's not an endorsement or anything. It just seems that he's second. And what you do to win is you take the guy who's second and you hopefully add 1 and 2. But maybe if the 1 isn't getting out, then he's not getting out. And that's okay. I think the mayor's a very nice person. I helped him. He got caught up in a scam by the Biden administration, what they did. So I helped him out a little bit, but I would understand why he doesn't do it. I do think this. I think if you have more than 1 candidate, we've got ourselves a communist mayor in New York. And I don't like communist mayors. I don't like them. Yeah.
You passed the One Big Beautiful Bill, sir. 5 months, all these slew of events next year. World Cup, G20, called America 250. Given this, what's your economic outlook for the year 2026? How much growth do you think is reasonable for us to expect economically next year?
Well, I heard, and you know, we were on a very downward path with Biden, and I heard that the most we could do is 1% GDP, and now I'm hearing 3.2% and 3.5% and all. And our big year won't be really next year. I think it'll be the year after, because when these plants start opening up, it takes a period of time to build them. We're going to have tremendous job growth. It's unprecedented. We have unprecedented in history. There's never been anything like it, because we're going to have more than $17 trillion invested. There's never been anything like that. If we did $1 trillion in 1 year, and this is 6 months, 7 months, because we really focused on it over the last 6 months. But we're going to be doing, nobody's ever seen numbers like this. When this stuff starts opening up, our country's being rebuilt. And by the way, Washington, D.C. is being rebuilt. You know, in addition to the fact that we have a safe city now, and our National Guard was fantastic and worked with the mayor, worked with everybody, we're also doing a refurbishing of Washington. We're going to redo some of the roads, the surfaces. We're going to redo the medians. We're going to take the broken tiles off the tunnels and put brand new tiles up. And we're going to regrass all the parks. They're going to be regrassed by people that build world-class golf courses, and not necessarily people that work for me, because I don't care about that. I just want to, I'm very good at grass. You know, grass has a life, just like you have a life, right? It has a life. Well, this grass has been up longer than, it's like 4 lives, okay? That's why there's a lot of areas where there's just no grass. But we're going to regrass all of the parks. We're going to, in a year from now, you won't even recognize it. Graffiti's gone, the tents are gone, the medians falling into the roads are gone, the potholes will be gone, the marble's going to be polished and beautiful. It's all going to be beautiful. We're working with Clark Construction, who's, you know, one of the, well, definitely the biggest here, one of the biggest in the country. And they've been great. And we're going to do about a 10-mile radius from the White House, from the Capitol, looking sort of at both of them, go right in the middle of both of them and start drawing circles. And everything is going to be spit-shined. You know, when the head of Poland came here last week, and when other leaders came here, they came, a lot of them have been here over the last 8 months. I said, what do you think? And they said that we're a little surprised at the look, the filth on the road. Now it's much better. We've got it much better, but we have to do some construction things. I mean, you know, you have medians that are all broken and rotted and rusty and disgusting. And it's going to, they're all going to be changed. You're going to have a very different look. You're going to have the look of prosperity, not the look of poverty. But the big thing right now, initially, is we have no crime in Washington. We literally have no crime. They said it's down 87%. It's not down 87. It's down like 100%. We have almost no crime. People are going to restaurants that wouldn't have even thought about it. And I know families that have gone 4, 5, 6 times to restaurants over the last few weeks. And you people are in the same category. I mean, yes?
I agree on that.
Thank you. It's a whole different place, right? That's very nice. And you're so tough usually. I like her now, right? No, because she was truthful. Is that a correct statement, Brian?
Yes, sir, it is.
I heard you were actually mugged. You're a big, strong guy. I
can't do anything when he hasn't gone.
No, you can't. You know, you say, thank you very much, right?
Can I follow up on the beautification of D.C.?
Yeah.
An amazing job of pride.
Yeah.
Just out front of the White House is a blue tent that originally was put there to be an anti-nuclear tent for nuclear arms. It's kind of morphed into more of an anti-American at some times, anti-Trump at many times.
Where is this blue tent?
Right in front of the White House on the North Lawn on the other side of the Black Gate in Lafayette.
I haven't known this.
All of us in here walk right by it every day. It is an eyesore.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Let me
take it down. Take it down today, right now. Nobody told me that. So you're saying there's a blue tent?
It's been there for 30 plus years. It was originally a peace tent, but it's kind of morphed into something.
Yeah, morphed into radical left. Okay.
Well, but I've heard.
Is it in the Ellipse? Where is it?
No, it's in Lafayette Park. It's actually
Lafayette Park. Take it down.
Okay.
Okay.
What's interesting about it is that other people tell me it's a public house health hazard because people sleep in there, they eat, there's rats, but also it could be a national security risk because people can hide things in there, they can put weapons in there.
We're going to look into it right now. We have removed over 50 tent sites, not 50 tents, hundreds and hundreds, maybe 1,000. I think it's over 1,000 tents, but 50 sites. So I'm a little surprised to hear that, but we're going to look into it right now. Lafayette.
On the National Guard,
Yes.
the D.C. mayor has, of course, gotten on board with your cleanup of D.C., but the D.C. Attorney General has said that he plans to, that he's suing you for your federalization of the police. What's your response?
Can you imagine we have an attorney general who's not related at all to the mayor, by the way? You know, it's a totally separate department. We've got so many separate departments. You have the district attorney has nothing to do with the mayor. The whole thing is crazy. But how about this? We just set a record on low crime in Washington, D.C., and we have a man suing us to let us go back to high crime. We're going to have to be here for a little while to make this really work long term after we're gone. And so we're going to meet that head on, and I suspect we'll be very successful. And I can always declare a national emergency because this was a national emergency. But right now we have the safest city. We have now one of the safe cities in the country. We had almost the worst. I mean, a city that was as bad as some of the horror shows that you've heard about for years. And we're going to fix some of those horror shows, too. Yeah.
President, the Google ruling today that you posted on Truth Social about the Europeans fining Google. Can you
So Google is a great company. Yeah, Google is a great company, American company. Apple is a great American company, and so many others. And the European Union, I don't know why they do it, but they have been finding them numbers that have been astronomical, more so before I got here. But Apple paid $17 billion a fine in the last year. Apple, $17 billion on a case that a lot of people think they weren't guilty of. And no, I'm going to be speaking to the European Union about it's not fair. Google just got fined $3.5 billion, and they've already paid $13 billion. They're up to $16.5 billion. And people say there was nothing wrong with what they did. It's almost a source of income to run Europe. It's become a source of income. And many other companies, too. Mostly tech companies, but we can't let that happen.
What are you seeking from the Europeans and by when?
No, I can just say you can't do that. I mean, you know, they respect us now. They didn't respect us a year ago. European Union respects us. Look, they're paying us $950 billion, right? You got to respect us. They were very disrespectful of our country. I have great respect for Ursula. I've gotten to know her very well. And I just don't think it's fair that they're taxing, and really it's almost become like a tax. It's become so regular. And I've gone to lawyers and I've asked them, what do you think? They said, they didn't do anything wrong. We can't do that. It's not fair. And it's interesting. I don't hear that about China, and I don't hear that about other places. I hear it about the European Union. We were talking about it last night. I think we had a gathering. That was the highest IQ group of people I think any room has ever had last night, you know? It was about as high as you can have. All the tech geniuses were there. They love their computers. They would tell me more about chips that I want to know.
Did this come up last night?
Yeah, it did. It did come up. A couple of companies said that they were taxed by the European Union. It's interesting. They weren't complaining about, in that regard, China. They weren't complaining about other places. It's the European Union, and they have. Apple was again forced to pay $17 billion last year. So I think we're going to change that around. It's just not fair. We don't want that to happen to our companies. And, you know, if somebody does that, we should be doing it to them. They've got to pay, let them pay us. But you just can't do that to our companies. Yes.
Was Elon Musk invited to the dinner last night? I wanted to go back to the G20 real quick in Miami. You know South Florida very well. Many cities were being considered for the G20. Was this a hard decision, or did Miami just stand out to you?
It wasn't a hard, really. I mean, look, it's got the weather. We're in December, so it's, you know, cold in some places, and that's beautiful, too. Cold weather's nice. It's all nice, you know, depending on the city. But no, Miami really wanted it. The mayor really wanted it. The people down there really wanted it. You might just address that for a second, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, as I said, I mean, a conference of this kind does two things. Number one is it puts us on the global map with the great global cities, and I think that's something that we've been trying to achieve for a generation. And I think number two, it's a tremendous boom for your economy. I mean, as the president knows, he has, multiple hospitality assets. And the working people of Miami, the small business owners, are going to benefit tremendously from the economic impact of a conference like this in our city. So it's an image thing, but it's also benefiting working people in our community.
Do you think Xi and Putin will attend the G20 there?
That's an interesting question. I'd love them to if they want to. I mean, they can, as observers. They'd be observers. So I'm not sure they want to be an observer. But if they want to, we can certainly talk.
Can I ask you another Florida question? The vaccine mandates that were rolled back for school children. What do you think about that?
Well, I think we have to be very careful. Look, you have some vaccines that are so amazing. The polio vaccine, I happen to think, is amazing. A lot of people think that COVID is amazing. There are many people that believe strongly in that. But you have some vaccines that are so incredible. And I think you have to be very careful when you say that some people don't have to be vaccinated. It's a very tough position. So I'd give you an answer. I'll give you a feeling. But just initially, I heard about it yesterday, and it's a tough stance. Look, you have vaccines that work. They just pure and simple work. They're not controversial at all. And I think those vaccines should be used. Otherwise, some people are going to catch it, and they endanger other people. And when you don't have controversy at all, I think people should take it. Okay.
One more follow-up on your comments on the taxes. On the upcoming tax bill, are you discussing, do you want that new tax bill to eliminate inflation from calculating capital?
When you say the upcoming tax bill, because when you have an upcoming, we just passed the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. So there's nothing upcoming. There's something that we just passed. So we passed the biggest tax cut in the history of our country for the middle class, for the worker. And that's the only bill that we're really talking about. We did a good job. It's very comprehensive. And I will say the Democrats, if you gave them every point that they wanted, every point that they've dreamt of all their lives, you wouldn't get one Democrat vote. They really are. They've become deranged, sick. It's crazy. If you gave them a list of the top 10 things that the Democrats wanted and you put them in a bill to get passed, you wouldn't get one vote. It's the only thing they have. They stick together, but they're dying. I mean, they're down to 16% approval rating, the lowest rating in history for either party. And we have the highest rating we've ever had. The Republicans have the highest rating we've ever had.
On the National Guard, have you decided which city that you want to go into now?
Yeah, I have. I have. I'm not going to say it now, but yeah, I have. We're going to go into another place and straighten it out. And I will say this: I watched today. I didn't know that was continuing to go on, but Portland is unbelievable. What's going on in Portland? The destruction of the city. Well, I'm going to look at it now because I didn't know that was still going on. This has been going on for years. So we'll be able to stop that very easily. We'll be able to stop it. But that was not on my list, Portland. But when I watched television last night, this has been going on. You wouldn't be standing if you were the mayor. You would be. Can you imagine what they're doing? They're walking in throwing smoke bombs into stores. These are paid terrorists. Okay. These are paid agitators. These are professional. I watched that last night. I'm very good at this stuff. These are paid agitators. They get paid money by radical left groups, not radical right groups, radical left groups. And they get paid a lot of money. And you see it with the signs. They all have perfect signs that are printed. They look as good as that sign. Those signs aren't made in basements. They're made at professional printing offices, and they cost a lot of money. These are paid agitators, and they're very dangerous for our country. And when we go there, if we go to Portland, we're going to wipe them out. They're going to be gone, and they're going to be gone fast. They won't even stand the fight. They will not stay there. They've ruined that city. I have people that used to live in Portland. They've left. Most of them have left. But what they've done to that place is it's like living in hell. Yeah, go ahead.
So
Thank you for your statement before.
AP is reporting that you would be banning visas to delegations who will be attending the UNGA, the UN General Assembly, including Brazil. Your reaction on that, sir?
That who's banning them?
The Trump administration.
Well, we are talking about things. We're very upset with Brazil. We tariff them very high because of the fact that they're doing something that's, very unfortunate. I love the people of Brazil. We have a great relationship with the people of Brazil, but the government of Brazil has changed radically. It's gone very left. It's gone very radical left, and it's hurting Brazil very badly. They're doing very poorly, very, very poorly. So we'll see.
And are you ready to reset relations with India at this point?
I always will. I'll always be friends with Modi. He's great. Prime Minister. He's great. I'll always be friends, but I just don't like what he's doing at this particular moment. But India and the United States have a special relationship. There's nothing to worry about. We just have moments on occasion.
How are trade talks going with India and with other countries that you haven't reached a trade deal with?
They're going great. Other countries are doing great. We're doing great with all of them. We're upset with the European Union because of what's happening with not just Google, but with all of our big companies. They just, hit them with these unbelievable fines, $17 billion and $14 billion. And they use that money to run Europe. It's almost become like common. It's almost become a yearly occurrence, like it's a tax. So it's very unfair. I want to thank you all very much, and we'll see you around. We're going to see you in Florida, but we'll see you a little bit before that, I suspect. Okay?
What are you having for dinner?
Thanks, guys.
Well, I'll be having something good here. I'll be at the White House.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Keep moving. Thank you, guys. Thank you, press. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Cut out. Thank you. Thank you.
Get out. Oh my gosh. You look down at your time. It is 5:41 on a Friday afternoon, and this guy looks like he could hold a court for another 2 or 3 hours. They're not used to this whatsoever. And I don't know who or what this blue tent thing is, but I'm sure there's like 5 or 6 guys over there ripping that down right now. Wow. Absolutely wow. Energizer Buzzy for sure, Buddy for sure. I'm not going to torture you with another 2 hours worth of content, so we're going to hold that till tomorrow. But oh my goodness, this guy's amazing. Absolutely amazing. But what I do have some quick X news for you that SV and Ashley have put together. You heard this just a second ago. In case you didn't hear it when he was talking to Raising Cane, he gave orders to shoot down any Venezuelan planes if they dangerously approach U.S. warships. He said it live on TV. Wasn't any big meeting. If they get close, take them out. Just take them out. When have you ever heard a president right in front of everybody? They mess with us, take them out. You now have the authority. Do what you need to do. Whew. Wow, wow, wow. Now, can we all say a little bit of a prayer? Can we all get together and pray for the Maryland man? Maryland man may have exhausted all of his options at this point, and poor Maryland man should have stopped while he was ahead. Seems here that ICE has informed Kilmar that he will now be deported to the small African country of Eswatini. So if you're like me and you're geographically challenged, you're probably going to have to look up where in the hell is Eswatini. It is a landlocked country over in Africa. Can you imagine having to go to some country you've never even heard of and sit in some jail cell half a world away? This is probably the ultimate in FAFO. This comes after Garcia said he was fearful of persecution in Uganda and 20 other countries. It keeps getting worse. And Monday morning they'll be in court saying he can't go to Uganda. At some point, dude, pack your stuff. Well, you don't got much stuff at this point. I don't even know if he's in jail or still in custody, but life's not good for you right now. I'm sorry, young Maryland man. It's not going to get any better. They're going to keep coming for you, and you're going to find yourself Eswatini. I wonder if they eat people there. I need to be careful. But we do have some, once again, here we come with another judge. A federal judge has blocked President Trump from ending temporary legal protections for more than 1 million Haitians and Venezuelans. I guess the judge didn't understand temporary protected status. Temporary. Oh, you can't end temporary. By their very nature, it's temporary. These judges, the judicial coup has to end indeed. Biden gave them this status unilaterally, but Trump can't revoke it unilaterally. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, so, didn't this already go to the Supreme Court? Yes, it did. So how is this judge now going to tell the Supreme Court, we're not going to listen to what you guys said, but we're going to issue our own ruling? All they're doing is wasting time. All they're doing is just furthering a lot. And then what happens when the temporary status thing expires? You can't make him renew it. Oh, well, they'll probably try. Yeah, he must renew it. He's got no choice. We now run the country. We tell the President of the United States what to do. Absolutely absurd how these people continue to ruin this country. All right, before we go, I do have a offer for you guys to check out. Hold on, let me get down here. I've got to click this button. Where's the button? Hold on 1 second. Here's the button. Okay, there we go. Yeah. All right, so you guys have been around here for quite some time, hopefully. Hopefully you'll keep coming back. And I've told you about the red knife, but Patriot Addict is back again. And they're giving away this incredible Trump sign knife. So it's going to be this one. Let me just make sure I pull out the sign knife, because that's the different knife. 1 second here, and here's the sign knife. We got all these different knives here. We got a red knife. We got a sign knife. Okay? So, but with a twist here. Patriot Addict, again, with another offer to you guys, is giving away the red knife for free, but with a little bit of a twist. Normally, you cover about 12 to 15 bucks or so for shipping, but for a limited time only, they're randomly refunding the shipping costs, which means some of you, all right, don't at me and start saying, Barry, I didn't get mine for free. Randomly means randomly. Some of you will get this for absolutely free. A $70 value. I've showed you this knife before. It's very nice. It's got good size to it. I got big hands. It's definitely balanced. People in the audience will tell you they've purchased it. This knife is very good. It is not any sort of cheapy knife. It's not a switchblade, but it's got an easy opening ejection. It also has a window breaker in case you get stuck in the car, and it's also got a seatbelt cutter. But so you get this entire knife. No product cost, no shipping, just a free Trump knife delivered to your door. You might be wondering why they're doing this. Well, they're a partner on the show, and it's their way of saying thank you for all your support and building even more buzz around their brand. So don't wait. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to berryknife.com to grab your 100% off coupon before they're all gone. Again, that's berryknife.com, or just scan the code to claim your free Trump knife today. Now remember, randomly, they are going to waive the shipping for certain people that they pick randomly, and so you will get this completely for free. Good luck. I love that deal, and I love the fact that they're giving people the opportunity to, win something for free. Everybody likes something for free. Everybody. All right, so let's continue here. All right, let me go to, what's going on here? I was just checking my feed here. Going down here, let me go into, Barry, do you have to be a member to order the things that you put up on your show? I've tried to buy a couple of things and they deny me each time. My credit card said there's nothing wrong with it. Not that I know, but you can hit up Ashley or SV in the chat and we'll see if we can't figure out what's going wrong. Let's see here. No, you don't have to be a member. Just take a picture of the QR code. That's it. No paid memberships on this page. You don't have to pay anything to watch the content or anything of that nature. All right, let me do super chats, and then I'm going to go to dinner, and you guys should probably go to dinner. I'm going to hold my interview with the ICE, director of ICE, until tomorrow, because it's already, by the time we do the after party, it's going to be 4 hours that you guys have been here, and I really appreciate that. 4 hours. All right, so let me do super chats, and I want to announce something because I also got a excuse me, a really weird email. I think it's fake, but I just want to announce it. All right, so Dave Rattan, he's been here quite a bit. Great viewer here of the Fanfare family. This is a response to the conservative leader planning on bringing a castle law before Parliament this fall. And a few days after the chief said this, a 5-year-old was attacked by a home invader. Crazy. But anyway, Dave posted this, a Canadian, a $400 donation. And then he realized it was a mistake. Now, I just want to clarify something because, again, I got an email. I don't have anything transactionally to do with YouTube. Meaning if you put in a super chat and it deducted from your credit card, I don't have the number. I don't have access to the number. None of the mods have access to the number. Nobody that works in conjunction with us can make a charge. It all goes through YouTube, and YouTube does the entire merchant fulfillment. They do the whole thing. So if you do something in error and you're like, oops, I hit the wrong button, you're gonna have to contact YouTube. And let me just tell you, YouTube I don't know if they put it on the screen or anything, but YouTube has a 120-day expiration point. So if you give a chat now on September 5th, December 6th, they won't refund or help you. These are all their rules. There's nothing I can do. I don't receive it until after they clear it. None of that. So you got to go through YouTube. But in any event, most importantly, whether it's 4 cents or 400, Dave, thank you very, very much. R. Heath, you're 100% right. Where we go one, we go all. No undermining MAGA, period. Yep, that's exactly how I feel about all of this. And it was so funny that while we were waiting for all this to take place, President Trump did come out and mention what happened to Google. Cannot be by accident that he did that. And for those of you guys who didn't have a chance to see the Melania's event or President Trump with the Google people at Tech Bros, I will be showing that tomorrow as well. So I had a whole lot of content here. So if you haven't seen it, it'll be on tomorrow's show. I've got that. I've got my interview with the ICE director, and I also have the event with Melania tomorrow as well. Hopefully we get through it. Otherwise, more we'll do Sunday. Mark Paulson, laughter is the best medicine, not Pfizer. I agree with that. Larry Schaefer, hi Barry Levy Show and advice. My husband and I started buying metals October 2024. We have 13 ounces of, don't tell people, don't tell people, they come looking for you. 100 ounces of silver and made 10K in stocks. You go. Love to hear that. Brian, especially because so many people are so anti-prosperity. I'm like, come on. Brian Newland, Congress needs to codify these executive orders exactly. Jen V, Barry, you helped me understand football, and the moves sound like chess. Yes, it's a very complicated game, but thank you. CR, Eric worked for my congressman, prayers for his family. Okay. Larry Schaefer again, just to clarify, I'm Tammy. Larry's my husband. Okay. Hi, Tammy. Wondrously created. Thank you, Barry, and thank you, Robin, for all you do. Thank you. Rick Williams, I and many others hope Alexis Wilkins wins her $5 million defamation suit against Kyle Serapin. Yes, we all have opinions. The rest of that, I don't know because I thought highly of him at first, but no more refused to listen to him again. I wasn't saying listen to him. I wasn't saying that at all. What I said was I understand where he's coming from now, and because I know where he's coming from, that he hates Republicans and he hates Democrats, and he's somewhere in the middle there. Now you know his position. And so at that point, sort of like going to a restaurant or something that you don't like, you don't have to partake, but at least you know. Native South Florida, contractors building the Hyundai EV paddock got busted with 400 plus newcomers working today. Yep, I've got that. That's one of the things I talked about with the ICE director. Wondrously created, always loved Judge Janine, absolutely fantastic. She is. Just another knucklehead. Priceless. Can you talk? She is a tornado. Yeah, the guy behind her's like, no, I don't want nothing to do with this. Okay. Wondrously created. Used to be here as Miss Fabulous. Changed handles. Hello. Rick Williams. Furthermore, he said Kyle hates Republicans and Democrats. A first-year psychology student can tell you. Then Kyle hates everyone. A textbook sociopath. Now, understand. There's one thing I have to correct you there. One thing. You said. I didn't say that. He said it. He typed it and he put it in a comment. I hate Republicans and I hate Democrats. He wrote it. I asked him, what's the deal here? And that's exactly what he said, not me. Rick, on a lighter note, something for your better half, Robin suggested her country artists, the Castellos, are three sisters from Georgia, beginning with their silo sessions from a silo on their family farm. She likes old kind of country. She likes George Jones. She likes that kind of stuff. She didn't like the bro country at all. Lisa, hi, Fair Fam, there in spirit, busy at work, but listening. Love you all and see you in the chat tomorrow. Well, thank you. Alice, A10-222 for all you do for us. Thank you, Alice. Christina, keep Jesus in your heart and your gun in your hand. Bow before him and stand for the flag. Keep your head on a swivel. Absolutely. God bless America and God bless you, patriots. Thank you. Love y'all. You too. Demon of Cybertron. The Tiananmen Square moment is going to be in Minnesota, so Tim Waltz can finally role play his fantasy of when he vacationed in China. Big Cat, there you are. You've been doing great, Barry. Blessings to everyone. Thank you, Big Cat. Dave Rattan again. Dave, again? Something y'all might have to look forward to. Regional Police Chief, part of Toronto, says, oh yeah, I played that yesterday. If someone breaks in your house, comply. Give them your stuff. Crazy. CR, for more Bibles, God bless. Yes, thank you. We're loving the fact that so many people are getting their Bibles. Robin's been working really hard pumping those things out. Rock and Roll Glemmy, check out the ice raid in St. Charles, Missouri yesterday. Yes. And Brian, I will be contacting Jim Jordan, my representative, to codify these executive orders. They have to be. Ruth McGurdy, Barry, remember DJT works hardest on Friday, so the liberals have miserable weekends while we rejoice. Oh, it's incredible. I mean, just think about it. It's going on 6 o'clock. They're usually done by probably noon, ready to hit the clubs and stuff. Judy Branch, thank you. Barry, Ashley, and Mods, God bless. Thank you, Judy. Brian Newland again. I hope Eswatini is surrounded by lions and tigers. I did see rhinos. When I looked it up while he was talking, I was like, oh, there's big old rhinos and stuff. They can be very bad, too. And hippos. Hippos are very violent. Tom Chow, thanks, Barry and Mods, for another great show. What do you recommend in place of statins? I don't know. Never have taken a statin. And never, I think old people who have heart attacks and stuff take statins. I will look into that for you. I know to stay away from them. I know that if a doctor says they're going to give you a statin, run, but I don't know what to take instead. I will find out. You know who will know? Kim from Brightcore will know. And the cardiologist I spoke to when we did the interview, he'll know. I'll check it out. Mary Boston, G20 being hosted in Miami is awesome. Thank you, Barry. You're doing a great job. Notice what he said. In addition to saying prosperity, prosperity again, he also said, yeah, that time of year, you can't even get a hotel room down here. I've been telling you, I know we live in a different place. But right about now, when the chill's starting to get in the air up north, people start getting that itchy feeling. I got to get down to Florida. Come on down. Americana mania. It's Raisin Cane. He's not a fruit. Get it right, raisin. Bielka, read what Alpha said about DeSantis and Massey. I did see something like that. That Massey was probably trying to gin up to Ron to see if he could be his running mate. I saw that. Hello, Tommy. Communism is a cancer to a republic. The FBI arrested commie members in his 50s. Allowing a communist to even run in our republic is treason by nature, is anti-democracy and anti-Christian and dangerous. On top of all that. Hey, Tom, hope you're feeling better, Tommy. I keep saying that. I don't know if you are feeling better, so let me know. James Kipp, I think you're trying to get Kilmar to self-deport. He should. I'm like, hey, can I just leave? I'm done fighting this, and I definitely don't want to go to Eswatini. I'll go back. Jess Danielson, we fall down, but we get back up again. Say hello, Kathy. Thanks for your support. Hello, Kathy. And Buddy Sanders, thanks again. Thank you. Oh, wait a minute. There's one here at the bottom. You can see it. Kelly Panetsky. All right, everybody. Long day. 4.5 hours once the after party's done. Thank you for staying. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for listening. And tomorrow we'll do it all over again. Probably about this. I'll see what Robin's scheduled, but probably around 3 o'clock. So thank you guys very much. And have a great evening. It's Friday night.
Bye.